Let's practice speaking in English.
我可以再要2个吗？
Can I have 2 more? Can I have 2 more?
我差点忘了。
I almost forgot. I almost forgot.
我想预约。
I'd like to make a reservation. I'd like to make a reservation.
这个地区我不熟悉。
This area isn't familiar to me. This area isn't familiar to me.
我可以要1/3吗？
Could I have 1/3 of it? Could I have 1/3 of it?
你为什么不试试呢？
Why don't you try it? Why don't you try it?
我给你沏点茶。
I'll make you some tea. I'll make you some tea.
你想吃蛋糕吗？
Would you like some cake? Would you like some cake?
它烂了。
It's rotten. It's rotten.
我只是在开玩笑。
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
我很惊讶。
I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
我可以在这里上网吗？
Can I access the internet from here? Can I access the internet from here?
你让我今天很开心。
You just made my day. You just made my day.
到那里要多长时间？
How long will it take to get there? How long will it take to get there?
步行5分钟即可到达。
A 5-minute walk will take you there. A 5-minute walk will take you there.
请在下一个十字路口左转。
Please turn left at the next intersection. Please turn left at the next intersection.
我永远也不会忘记。
I'll never forget. I'll never forget.
祝你比赛顺利。
Good luck on your match. Good luck on your match.
非常感谢你所做的一切。
Thank you very much for everything. Thank you very much for everything.
我要是年轻一点就好了。
I wish I were a little younger. I wish I were a little younger.
你们俩是怎么认识的？
How did you two meet? How did you two meet?
请随便一点，就像在自己家一样。
Make yourself at home. Make yourself at home.
上个星期天我在读小说。
I spent last Sunday reading novels. I spent last Sunday reading novels.
哪个比较好？
Which is better? Which is better?
你困了吗？
Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy?
再向左移动一点。
Move it more to the left. Move it more to the left.
我让你来决定。
I'll leave it up to you. I'll leave it up to you.
我不知道该怎么办。
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
你为什么不请一天假呢？
Why don't you take a day off? Why don't you take a day off?
你会喜欢的。
You'll love it. You'll love it.
你真好。
That's very nice of you. That's very nice of you.
让我想想。
Let me think. Let me think.
我不是故意的。
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that.
很无聊。
It's boring. It's boring.
我会试一试。
I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try.
要我给你拿点喝的吗？
Shall I get you something to drink? Shall I get you something to drink?
你在菲律宾有朋友吗？
Do you have any friends in the Philippines? Do you have any friends in the Philippines?
你能给我一些建议吗？
Can you give me some advice? Can you give me some advice?
多么巧合啊！
What a coincidence. What a coincidence.
一言为定。
It's a deal. It's a deal.
有便宜点的吗？
Do you have less expensive ones? Do you have less expensive ones?
很高兴认识你。
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you.
我能和你谈谈吗？
Could I talk to you for a minute? Could I talk to you for a minute?
我吓坏了。
I was frightened. I was frightened.
越快越好。
The sooner, the better. The sooner, the better.
你要在巴黎待多久？
How long are you staying in Paris? How long are you staying in Paris?
我们必须先完成作业。
We must finish our homework first. We must finish our homework first.
我得和老板商量一下。
I'll have to consult with my boss. I'll have to consult with my boss.
天气很快就会暖和起来。
It will get warmer soon. It will get warmer soon.
请告诉我该怎么做。
Please tell me what to do. Please tell me what to do.
那人听到这消息很吃惊。
The man was surprised at the news. The man was surprised at the news.
真希望我也有一个这样的。
I wish I had one like this. I wish I had one like this.
他太棒了。
She's amazing. She's amazing.
有会说法语的人吗？
Is there anyone who can speak French? Is there anyone who can speak French?
我再也受不了了。
I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore.
你这么说真是太体贴了。
It's very thoughtful of you to say so. It's very thoughtful of you to say so.
我很期待。
I look forward to it. I look forward to it.
我下周的日程安排得很紧。
My schedule is tight next week. My schedule is tight next week.
你丢东西了吗？
Did you lose anything here? Did you lose anything here?
我需要比这个小一点的。
I need something smaller than this. I need something smaller than this.
我能为你做些什么？
What can I do for you? What can I do for you?
我请客。
It's on me. It's on me.
我感觉好极了。
I feel great. I feel great.
今晚我请客。
It's on me tonight. It's on me tonight.
我的肩膀疼。
My shoulder hurts. My shoulder hurts.
恐怕我现在得走了。
I'm afraid I must go now. I'm afraid I must go now.
你能说慢一点吗？
Could you speak more slowly? Could you speak more slowly?
有人来接你吗？
Is someone coming to get you? Is someone coming to get you?
离这儿有多远？
How far is it from here? How far is it from here?
你起得很早。
You're up early. You're up early.
这是菜单。
Here's the menu. Here's the menu.
迟做总比不做好。
Better late than never. Better late than never.
请你说慢一点好吗？
Could you speak more slowly, please? Could you speak more slowly, please?
包括早餐吗？
Is breakfast included? Is breakfast included?
你睡得好吗？
Did you sleep well? Did you sleep well?
我希望我会游泳。
I wish I could swim. I wish I could swim.
你的舞蹈是谁教的？
Who taught you how to dance? Who taught you how to dance?
改天再来看我吧。
Come see me again sometime. Come see me again sometime.
我想我们该走了。
I guess we should leave now. I guess we should leave now.
事情并没有你想象的那么糟糕。
Things aren't as bad as you think. Things aren't as bad as you think.
太简单了。
It's too plain. It's too plain.
请告诉我电话号码。
Please tell me the phone number. Please tell me the phone number.
那只小猫很可爱，不是吗？
That's a cute kitten, isn't it? That's a cute kitten, isn't it?
放松点，找点乐子。
Just relax and have some fun. Just relax and have some fun.
我不擅长使用电脑。
I'm not good with computers. I'm not good with computers.
我稍后给你打电话。
I'll give you a call later. I'll give you a call later.
我们应该按我们的计划行事。
We should stick to our plan. We should stick to our plan.
白白浪费了一天。
The day's a wasting. The day's a wasting.
闻起来很香。
It smells good. It smells good.
别错过了。
Don't miss it. Don't miss it.
你能再说一遍吗？
Could you say it again? Could you say it again?
我们全天候营业。
We're open 24/7. We're open 24/7.
休息一下怎么样？
How about a break? How about a break?
让我看看。
Let me check. Let me check.
我该在哪一站下车？
At which bus stop should I get off? At which bus stop should I get off?
你什么时候来都行。
Please come whenever you like. Please come whenever you like.
一如既往。
Same as always. Same as always.
从星期二开始就一直在下雨。
It has been raining since Tuesday. It has been raining since Tuesday.
我记得就像昨天一样。
I remember it like it was yesterday. I remember it like it was yesterday.
你什么时候打网球？
When do you play tennis? When do you play tennis?
我这星期的时间都排满了。
I'm all booked up this week. I'm all booked up this week.
它们是用什么做的？
What are they made of? What are they made of?
干得好。
Good job. Good job.
不管用。
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
你喜欢什么食物？
What food do you like? What food do you like?
一切都很好。
Everything's good. Everything's good.
我把它留给你自己去想象吧。
I'll leave it to your imagination. I'll leave it to your imagination.
你的预算是多少？
What's your budget? What's your budget?
我可以用信用卡付款吗？
Can I pay by credit card? Can I pay by credit card?
真了不起！
That's really something. That's really something.
跟你说说你的日常生活。
Tell me about your daily life. Tell me about your daily life.
我能请你帮个忙吗？
Can I ask you a favor? Can I ask you a favor?
尝一尝，你觉得怎么样？
Have a taste. How do you like it? Have a taste. How do you like it?
我要用真空吸尘器清扫。
I'll vacuum. I'll vacuum.
你在晚会上玩得开心吗？
Did you enjoy yourself at the party? Did you enjoy yourself at the party?
我不想等那么久。
I don't want to wait that long. I don't want to wait that long.
这真是个好消息。
That's great news. That's great news.
这是一个必到之处。
It's a must-see. It's a must-see.
视情况而定。
It depends. It depends.
你想喝点热饮吗？
Would you like something hot to drink? Would you like something hot to drink?
每个人都会犯错。
Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes.
我的记忆力不如以前了。
My memory isn't as good as before. My memory isn't as good as before.
你帮了大忙。
You were a big help. You were a big help.
好了，开始吧。
Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go.
我打扰你了吗？
Am I bothering you? Am I bothering you?
我非常渴望休假。
I'm really looking forward to my vacation. I'm really looking forward to my vacation.
从这里到北京很远。
It is far from here to Beijing. It is far from here to Beijing.
让我记下你的电话号码。
Let me take down your number. Let me take down your number.
这只狗好像病了。
The dog seems to be sick. The dog seems to be sick.
我到得太早了。
I arrived there too early. I arrived there too early.
我困了。
I'm getting sleepy. I'm getting sleepy.
有什么新鲜事？
What's new? What's new?
你最近怎么样？
How have you been? How have you been?
我可以和你谈谈吗？
May I speak with you? May I speak with you?
我需要纸巾。
I need tissues. I need tissues.
从这里步行10分钟就到了。
It's a 10-minute walk from here. It's a 10-minute walk from here.
也许下次吧。
Maybe next time. Maybe next time?
我很难解释这件事。
It is difficult for me to explain it. It is difficult for me to explain it.
我喜欢你的想法。
I like the way that you think. I like the way that you think.
慢慢来。
Take your time. Take your time.
我被蚊子叮了一口。
I was bitten by a mosquito. I was bitten by a mosquito.
你为什么不看看？
Why don't you take a look? Why don't you take a look?
这个怎么用？
How do you use this? How do you use this?
我很开心。
I am happy. I am happy.
看起来是不是很可爱？
Doesn't it look lovely? Doesn't it look lovely?
我一喝酒就犯困。
Whenever I drink, I get sleepy. Whenever I drink, I get sleepy.
交通拥挤吗？
Was there a lot of traffic? Was there a lot of traffic?
你能抽出时间给我吗？
Could you make time for me? Could you make time for me?
疼吗？
Does that hurt? Does that hurt?
我拿不定主意点什么。
I can't decide what to order. I can't decide what to order.
我能把这个扔到这里吗？
Can I throw this here? Can I throw this here?
对不起，这是我的座位。
Excuse me, this is my seat. Excuse me, this is my seat.
我现在感觉好多了。
I feel much better now. I feel much better now.
你做什么工作？
What kind of work do you do? What kind of work do you do?
今晚一起吃晚饭怎么样？
How about having dinner together tonight? How about having dinner together tonight?
我送你回家。
I'll take you home. I'll take you home.
我一直忙到2点。
I'm tied up until 2. I'm tied up until 2.
这位医生对病人态度温和。
The doctor is gentle with his patients. The doctor is gentle with his patients.
你什么时候方便？
What time will be convenient for you? What time will be convenient for you?
天气真热，不是吗？
It's really hot, isn't it? It's really hot, isn't it?
这附近有网球场吗？
Is there a tennis court around here? Is there a tennis court around here?
这部电影有点令人失望。
The movie was a little disappointing. The movie was a little disappointing.
这是我的最爱。
This is my favorite. This is my favorite.
我胃痛。
I have a stomachache. I have a stomachache.
你什么时候完成工作？
What time do you finish work? What time do you finish work?
我对那家公司的服务不满意。
I'm not satisfied with that company's service. I'm not satisfied with that company's service.
这本小说很难理解。
This novel is difficult to understand. This novel is difficult to understand.
我就指望你了。
I'll count on you. I'll count on you.
这有点超出我的预算。
It's a little over my budget. It's a little over my budget.
你知道它在哪儿吗？
Do you know where it is? Do you know where it is?
你观看比赛了吗？
Did you watch the game? Did you watch the game?
请给我一个靠窗的座位，好吗？
Could I have a window seat, please? Could I have a window seat, please?
非常感谢。
Thanks a million. Thanks a million.
大约需要多长时间？
About how long will it take? About how long will it take?
我们乘出租车去，好吗？
Let's go by taxi, shall we? Let's go by taxi, shall we?
我们无能为力。
There is nothing we can do. There is nothing we can do.
我晒黑了。
I got suntanned. I got suntanned.
这种药可以止痛。
This medicine will relieve the pain. This medicine will relieve the pain.
他的记忆力也很好。
She has a good memory, too. She has a good memory, too.
你什么时候到伦敦的？
When did you get to London? When did you get to London?
我的生日快到了。
My birthday is coming soon. My birthday is coming soon.
你说的对。
You're right. You're right.
我很担心。
I'm so worried. I'm so worried.
我太激动了。
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
这是你我之间的秘密。
This is just between you and me. This is just between you and me.
这件衣服是丝绸的。
The dress is of silk. The dress is of silk.
这比我想象的要容易得多。
It's much easier than I thought. It's much easier than I thought.
再见。
See you soon. See you soon.
很荣幸见到您。
It's an honor to meet you. It's an honor to meet you.
住手！
Stop it. Stop it.
今天应该会下雨。
It's supposed to be rainy today. It's supposed to be rainy today.
我们可以在这里拍照吗？
Are we allowed to take pictures here? Are we allowed to take pictures here?
我打不开盖子。
I can't get the lid off. I can't get the lid off.
他很容易感动得流泪。
She's easily moved to tears. She's easily moved to tears.
我会尽量满足你的愿望。
I'll try to meet your wishes. I'll try to meet your wishes.
那是什么？
What's that? What's that?
就这些吗？
Is that all? Is that all?
我很期待。
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
请随时给我打电话。
Please feel free to call me up. Please feel free to call me up.
那部电影在电视上放映过。
That movie was shown on TV. That movie was shown on TV.
你决定了吗？
Did you make up your mind? Did you make up your mind?
我想要更亮一点的颜色。
I'd like it in a brighter color. I'd like it in a brighter color.
她穿什么都好看。
She looks good in anything. She looks good in anything.
我相信她很快就会来。
I'm sure she'll come soon. I'm sure she'll come soon.
我可以帮你。
I can help you with that. I can help you with that.
我们与那家公司做生意。
We do business with that company. We do business with that company.
这是我姐姐的照片。
This is a picture of my sister. This is a picture of my sister.
你可能已经读过这本书了。
You may have read this book already. You may have read this book already.
能给我一份酒单吗？
Can I have a wine list? Can I have a wine list?
我饿了。
I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry.
我喜欢瑜伽。
I'm into yoga. I'm into yoga.
这顶帽子和我的夹克搭配吗？
Does this hat go with my jacket? Does this hat go with my jacket?
我把你错认成别人了。
I mistook you for someone else. I mistook you for someone else.
猫在黑暗中能看见东西。
Cats can see in the dark. Cats can see in the dark.
你能帮我一把吗？
Would you lend me a hand? Would you lend me a hand?
那听起来很有趣。
That sounds fun. That sounds fun.
在这儿吃还是带走？
For here or to go? For here or to go?
你住在马德里的什么地方？
Where in Madrid are you staying? Where in Madrid are you staying?
我能借一下吗？
Can I borrow that for a second? Can I borrow that for a second?
天空中日阴云密布。
The sky stayed cloudy all day. The sky stayed cloudy all day.
里面是什么？
What's inside? What's inside?
谢谢你的到来。
Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming.
我在哪里可以上网？
Where can I get internet access? Where can I get internet access?
纽约流行什么？
What's in fashion in New York? What's in fashion in New York?
你这个可怜的家伙。
You poor thing. You poor thing.
请给我们叫辆出租车好吗？
Would you call us a taxi? Would you call us a taxi?
我可以试穿一下吗？
Can I try these on? Can I try these on?
你想试试吗？
Would you like to try it? Would you like to try it?
喝一杯。
Have a drink. Have a drink.
我真的很累。
I'm really tired. I'm really tired.
你什么时候开始学中文的？
When did you start learning Chinese? When did you start learning Chinese?
来这里吗？
Do you come here often? Do you come here often?
约翰加班累了。
John was tired from working overtime. John was tired from working overtime.
你能给我举个例子吗？
Could you give me an example? Could you give me an example?
这音乐适合我现在的心情。
This music suits my present mood. This music suits my present mood.
我会好好珍惜。
I'll treasure it. I'll treasure it.
我同意你的看法。
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
我期待着再次与你见面。
I look forward to seeing you again. I look forward to seeing you again.
我一直想试试。
I've always wanted to try it. I've always wanted to try it.
我饿了。
I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
我想我学到了很多。
I think I've learned a lot. I think I've learned a lot.
我忘了告诉你。
I forgot to tell you. I forgot to tell you.
我希望我能多待一会儿。
I wish I could stay longer. I wish I could stay longer.
多可爱啊！
How cute. How cute.
你让窗户开着吗？
Did you leave the window open? Did you leave the window open?
很适合我。
Suits me fine. Suits me fine.
你想什么时候来都行。
Come at any time you like. Come at any time you like.
这是你我之间的事。
This is between you and me. This is between you and me.
我希望他早日康复。
I hope he'll get better soon. I hope he'll get better soon.
假期里我感冒了。
I caught a cold over the holidays. I caught a cold over the holidays.
不下雨的话，我也去。
Unless it rains, I will go too. Unless it rains, I will go too.
你看起来很高兴。
You look cheerful. You look cheerful.
我很高兴你喜欢它。
I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it.
我对结果非常满意。
I'm very pleased with the results. I'm very pleased with the results.
这是你的零钱。
Here's your change. Here's your change.
早餐已经准备好了。
Breakfast is ready. Breakfast is ready.
有什么不同？
What's the difference? What's the difference?
家，甜蜜的家。
Home sweet home. Home sweet home.
这件衣服很适合你。
The dress suits you very well. The dress suits you very well.
这附近有洗手间吗？
Is there a restroom near here? Is there a restroom near here?
会议通过了这项计划。
The plan was adopted at the meeting. The plan was adopted at the meeting.
星期五对我最合适。
Friday would suit me best. Friday would suit me best.
这个用英语怎么说？
How do you say this in English? How do you say this in English?
我喜欢喝浓咖啡。
I like my coffee strong. I like my coffee strong.
你推荐去哪里？
Where would you recommend? Where would you recommend?
我要洗个澡。
I'm going to take a bath. I'm going to take a bath.
你知道她在哪里吗？
Do you know where she is? Do you know where she is?
很荣幸认识你。
It's an honor to meet you. It's an honor to meet you.
我可以请你帮个忙吗？
May I ask you a favor? May I ask you a favor?
你钓鱼吗？
Do you fish? Do you fish?
天气很冷。
It's chilly. It's chilly.
你鼓舞了我。
You inspire me. You inspire me.
太不可思议了。
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
这是我最不喜欢的家务活。
This is my least favorite chore. This is my least favorite chore.
我们踢足球吧。
Let's play soccer. Let's play soccer.
我很期待。
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
发生了什么事？
What happened? What happened?
再来点。
Have some more. Have some more.
我该吃什么甜点？
What should I get for dessert? What should I get for dessert?
秋天来了。
Autumn comes. Autumn comes.
请坐。
Have a seat. Have a seat.
我很想去。
I'd love to go. I'd love to go.
你有什么建议？
What's your advice? What's your advice?
一切都好。
Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
我会带你去你想去的任何地方。
I'll take you anywhere you want. I'll take you anywhere you want.
我得走了。
I've got to go. I've got to go.
你能把它们分别放在不同的袋子里吗？
Could you put them in separate bags? Could you put them in separate bags?
你穿上很好看。
It looks great on you. It looks great on you.
汤姆穿过街道。
Tom walked across the street. Tom walked across the street.
请在下一个十字路口左转，好吗？
Would you turn left at the next intersection? Would you turn left at the next intersection?
这张沙发太占地方了。
This sofa takes too much room. This sofa takes too much room.
现在可以谈谈吗？
Is this a good time to talk? Is this a good time to talk?
外面天越来越黑了。
It is getting dark outside. It is getting dark outside.
我会帮助你的。
I'll help you. I'll help you.
你玩得开心吗？
Did you have a good time? Did you have a good time?
那件衣服不合我的口味。
That dress is not to my taste. That dress is not to my taste.
你是谁？
Who is this? Who is this?
到车站要多长时间？
How long will it take to the station? How long will it take to the station?
我真的很感激你的关心。
I really appreciate your concern. I really appreciate your concern.
这真是让人难以置信。
That was hard to believe. That was hard to believe.
很好吃。
It's very tasty. It's very tasty.
等一下，
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
你忘了什么？
You forgot something. You forgot something.
请给我一个靠过道的座位好吗？
Could I have an aisle seat, please? Could I have an aisle seat, please?
告诉我你怎么认识他的。
Tell me how you got to know her. Tell me how you got to know her.
我觉得恶心。
I feel sick. I feel sick.
比我想象的要便宜得多。
It was much cheaper than I thought. It was much cheaper than I thought.
今天是星期一，对吗？
Today's Monday, right? Today's Monday, right?
他终于达到了自己的目标。
He reached his goal at last. He reached his goal at last.
祝你旅途愉快。
Enjoy your visit. Enjoy your visit.
多告诉我一些。
Tell me more. Tell me more.
我们走吧。
Let's go. Let's go.
多么有趣啊！
How interesting. How interesting.
我的房子在多伦多。
My house is located in Toronto. My house is located in Toronto.
你能给我打折吗？
Could you give me a discount? Could you give me a discount?
在这些情况下，有经验的说了算。
Experience talks in these cases. Experience talks in these cases.
今天的空气很潮湿。
It's humid today. It's humid today.
那是不可能的。
That's impossible. That's impossible.
这唤起了人们的回忆。
This brings back memories. This brings back memories.
会议定于上午11点举行。
The meeting is scheduled for 11 a.m. The meeting is scheduled for 11 a.m.
她长得像谁？
Who does she look like? Who does she look like?
这个座位有人坐吗？
Is this seat taken? Is this seat taken?
我玩得很开心。
I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time.
如果走着去，远吗？
Is it far if I walk? Is it far if I walk?
请随时给我打电话。
Feel free to call me anytime. Feel free to call me anytime.
我应该脱鞋吗？
Should I take off my shoes? Should I take off my shoes?
那太糟糕了。
That's too bad. That's too bad.
我绝对同意。
I definitely agree. I definitely agree.
很抱歉占用您的时间。
Sorry to take up your time. Sorry to take up your time.
开玩笑而已。
Just joking. Just joking.
我们什么时候退房？
When should we check out? When should we check out?
随时给我打电话或发电子邮件。
Call or email me anytime. Call or email me anytime.
你需要的东西都准备好了吗？
Have you got everything you need? Have you got everything you need?
请随时提出建议。
Please feel free to make a suggestion. Please feel free to make a suggestion.
我对你感激不尽。
I can never thank you enough. I can never thank you enough.
我们点披萨吧。
Let's order pizza. Let's order pizza.
笑一笑。
Say cheese. Say cheese.
活到老，学到老。
You're never too old to learn. You're never too old to learn.
你能接一下电话吗？
Can you answer the phone? Can you answer the phone?
我想学好英语。
I want to be good at English. I want to be good at English.
这里坏了。
It's broken here. It's broken here.
真奇怪。
That was weird. That was weird.
我们坐出租车好吗？
Shall we take a taxi? Shall we take a taxi?
这里最受欢迎的一道菜是什么？
What's the most popular dish here? What's the most popular dish here?
你想找哪一位？
With whom would you like to speak? With whom would you like to speak?
你感觉怎么样？
How do you feel? How do you feel?
沿着这条街走大约5分钟。
Go along this street about 5 minutes. Go along this street about 5 minutes.
我可以要一个吗？
Can I have one? Can I have one?
这是什么意思？
What does it mean? What does it mean?
那是干什么用的？
What's that for? What's that for?
我可以想象。
I can imagine. I can imagine.
告诉我怎么做。
Show me how to do it. Show me how to do it.
我会说一点英语。
I can speak a little English. I can speak a little English.
怎么了？
What's the matter? What's the matter?
我的手不是很巧。
I'm not very good with my hands. I'm not very good with my hands.
我喜欢爵士乐。
I'm into jazz. I'm into jazz.
你可以帮我个忙吗？
Could you do me a favor? Could you do me a favor?
抱歉，打扰了。
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt.
我做了早餐。
I made breakfast. I made breakfast.
你能给我一点折扣吗？
Can you give me a little discount? Can you give me a little discount?
不要把自己逼得太紧。
Don't push yourself too hard. Don't push yourself too hard.
早餐免费吗？
Is breakfast complimentary? Is breakfast complimentary?
我希望我能多待一会儿。
I wish I could stay longer. I wish I could stay longer.
有些奇怪。
Something's weird. Something's weird.
我能看看菜单吗？
Could I see a menu? Could I see a menu?
我希望你喜欢。
I hope you like it. I hope you like it.
你怎么去学校？
How do you get to school? How do you get to school?
你想拿多少就拿多少。
You can take as many as you want. You can't take as many as you want.
听到这个消息，我很难过。
I'm sorry to hear it. I'm sorry to hear it.
请帮忙。
Help, please. Help, please.
商店什么时候关门？
What time does the store close? What time does the store close?
我等不及了。
I can't wait. I can't wait.
昨天我们考了英语。
We had an examination in English yesterday. We had an examination in English yesterday.
你能把暖气开大一点吗？
Could you turn the heating up? Could you turn the heating up?
你很幸运。
You're in luck. You're in luck.
对不起，让您久等了。
I'm sorry to make you wait. I'm sorry to make you wait.
这个故事的作者是谁？
Who is the author of this story? Who is the author of this story?
你住在这家酒店吗？
Are you staying at this hotel? Are you staying at this hotel?
总算松了一口气。
What a relief. What a relief.
听到这消息，我们很兴奋。
We are excited at the news. We are excited at the news.
能给我3个巧克力甜甜圈吗？
Could I have 3 chocolate donuts? Can I have 3 chocolate donuts?
我大概10分钟后到。
I'll be there in about 10 minutes. I'll be there in about 10 minutes.
我想要这台设备的电池。
I would like batteries for this device. I would like batteries for this device.
我的汽油用完了。
I've run out of gasoline. I've run out of gasoline.
什么都很好。
Anything's fine. Anything's fine.
你经常锻炼吗？
Do you work out often? Do you work out often?
哦，我可能就待在家里。
Oh, I'll probably just stay home. Oh, I'll probably just stay home.
我现在可以尝一块吗？
May I try a piece now? May I try a piece now?
有什么建议吗？
Any suggestions? Any suggestions?
我相信一切都会好起来的。
I'm sure everything will be okay. I'm sure everything will be okay.
公交车多长时间一班？
How often do the buses come? How often do the buses come?
哪个我都不喜欢。
I don't like either of them. I don't like either of them.
这件衣服多少钱？
How much is this dress? How much is this dress?
我该怎么办？
What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
你想去哪里？
Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go?
谢谢你今天的到来。
Thank you for coming today. Thank you for coming today.
谢谢你所做的一切。
Thanks for everything. Thanks for everything.
我完全同意。
I totally agree. I totally agree.
我可以问个问题吗？
May I ask a question? May I ask a question?
祝你万事如意，丽丽。
Best wishes, Lily. Best wishes, Lily.
你什么意思？
What do you mean? What do you mean?
两者都可以。
Either is fine. Either is fine.
我在哪里能买到吃的？
Where can I get something to eat? Where can I get something to eat?
那是什么样子的？
What's that like? What's that like?
总有一天我会补偿你的。
I'll make it up to you someday. I'll make it up to you someday.
这不是我的。
It's not mine. It's not mine.
我分不清哪个是哪个。
I can't tell which is which. I can't tell which is which.
这不是故意的。
It's not on purpose. It's not on purpose.
很抱歉，在你很忙的时候打扰你。
Sorry to bother you when you're busy. Sorry to bother you when you're busy.
可能吗？
Is that possible? Is that possible?
继续努力。
Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work.
不要以貌取人。
Don't judge people by their looks. Don't judge people by their looks.
加入我们吧。
Join us. Join us.
让我们保持联系。
Let's stay in touch. Let's stay in touch.
我流口水了。
My mouth's watering. My mouth's watering.
生意怎么样？
How's business? How's business?
你想喝点什么？
What would you like to drink? What would you like to drink?
我很高兴。
I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy.
你在读什么？
What are you reading? What are you reading?
我该穿什么？
What should I wear? What should I wear?
你能帮我们拍张照片吗？
Could you take our picture? Could you take our picture?
真高兴我及时赶到了。
I'm so glad I made it in time. I'm so glad I made it in time.
真不好意思。
I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed.
本一直在找你。
Ben has been looking for you. Ben has been looking for you.
我有个问题。
I have a question. I have a question.
约翰正是我想象中的那种人。
John is just the kind of person I imagined. John is just the kind of person I imagined.
那很浪漫。
That's romantic. That's romantic.
我很高兴听到你的声音。
I'm so happy to hear your voice. I'm so happy to hear your voice.
指点饮料可以吗？
Is it okay to just order drinks? Is it okay to just order drinks?
我想请你帮个小忙。
I have a small favor to ask. I have a small favor to ask.
跟我来。
Come with me. Come with me.
我们在那里吃点东西好吗？
Shall we get a bite in there? Shall we get a bite in there?
天空变得阴云密布。
The sky is becoming cloudy. The sky is becoming cloudy.
这是一朵多么美丽的花啊！
What a beautiful flower this is. What a beautiful flower this is.
听起来很有趣。
It sounds interesting. It sounds interesting.
听起来很刺激。
It sounds exciting. It sounds exciting.
我们定个时间见面吧。
Let's fix a time to meet. Let's fix a time to meet.
明白了。
Got it. Got it.
照我的样子做。
Copy me. Copy me.
告诉我那不是真的。
Tell me that's not true. Tell me that's not true.
旅馆离机场近吗？
Is the hotel close to the airport? Is the hotel close to the airport?
我不知道。
I have no idea. I have no idea.
我们坐5点钟出发的公交车吧。
Let's take the bus that leaves at 5. Let's take the bus that leaves at 5.
我的工作都做完了。
I'm all done with my work. I'm all done with my work.
他很容易相处。
She is so easy to be with. She's so easy to be with.
给我一杯咖啡。
Give me a cup of coffee. Give me a cup of coffee?
我也在想这件事。
I was wondering the same thing. I was wondering the same thing.
你能把暖气关小一点吗？
Could you turn down the heat? Could you turn down the heat?
有些东西闻起来真香。
Something smells really good. Something smells really good.
真难闻。
It smells. It smells.
你可以推荐点什么呢？
What do you recommend? What do you recommend?
你能让我在这里下车吗？
Can you let me off here? Can you let me off here?
这里没有信号。
There is no signal here. There is no signal here.
告诉我怎么拼。
Give me the spelling. Give me the spelling.
我怎么去那里？
How can I get there? How can I get there?
加利福尼亚州以葡萄酒而闻名。
California is famous for its wine. California is famous for its wine.
不用着急。
There's no rush. There's no rush.
你先走吧，我一会儿会赶上的。
Go ahead, I'll catch up later. Go ahead, I'll catch up later.
我松了一口气。
I feel relieved. I feel relieved.
他几乎和我一样高。
He's almost as tall as me. He's almost as tall as me.
我们快到了。
We're almost there. We're almost there.
真高兴认识了你。
I'm so glad that I met you. I'm so glad that I met you.
我马上就来。
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
我能尝一下吗？
Can I taste it? Can I taste it?
任何事情都有利弊。
There are pros and cons to anything. There are pros and cons to anything.
已经有很多人在等着参观了。
That tour already has a waiting list. The tour already has a waiting list.
你人过来就好了，不用带东西。
Just bring yourself. Just bring yourself.
你睡得好吗？
Did you have a good sleep? Did you have a good sleep?
怎么样？
How's it going? How's it going?
我感觉好多了。
I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better.
你想加入我们吗？
Do you want to join us? Do you want to join us?
听起来不错。
Sounds great. Sounds great.
你的学校离你家远吗？
Is your school far from your home? Is your school far from your home?
失物招领处在哪里？
Where is the lost and found? Where is the lost and found?
你下个月的日程安排如何？
How's your schedule for next month? How's your schedule for next month?
我把手表忘在家里了。
I left my watch at home. I left my watch at home.
你下周六有空吗？
Are you free next Saturday? Are you free next Saturday?
晚餐准备好了。
Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready.
我可以进来吗？
May I come in? May I come in?
去坐吧。
Go ahead. Go ahead.
咱们休息一会儿吧。
Let's take a break. Let's take a break.
花的时间比我预料的要多。
It took more time than I'd expected. It took more time than I'd expected.
向左转，它就在你的右边。
Turn left, and it's on your right. Turn left, and then it's on your right.
我不确定。
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
我有个好消息。
I've got good news. I've got good news.
你喜欢怎么做就怎么做。
Do it any way you like. Do it any way you like.
那太尴尬了。
That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
多好啊！
How nice. How nice.
你能告诉我怎么做吗？
Could you show me how to do it? Could you show me how to do it?
我姑姑有3个孩子。
My aunt has 3 children. My aunt has 3 children.
我刚完成我的工作。
I've just finished my work. I've just finished my work.
别难过。
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
我相信你。
I believe in you. I believe in you.
这台自动售货机坏了。
This vending machine is out of order. This vending machine is out of order.
我们为什么不一起去购物呢？
Why don't we go shopping together? Why don't we go shopping together?
我2分钟后回来。
I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
那台电视有什么问题吗？
Is there anything wrong with that television? Is there anything wrong with that television?
我可以坐这儿吗？
May I sit here? May I sit here?
我全身湿透了。
I'm all wet. I'm all wet.
这件外套几乎搭配什么衣服都好看。
This coat goes with almost anything. This coat goes with almost anything.
太棒了！
How wonderful. How wonderful.
我想要芝士蛋糕做甜点。
I'd like to have cheesecake for dessert. I'd like to have cheesecake for dessert.
我喜欢神秘。
I like mystery. I like mystery.
你想什么时候来都行。
Whenever you want is okay. Whenever you want is okay.
这个有别的颜色吗？
Do you have this in a different color? Do you have this in a different color?
我们在哪里见面？
Where shall we meet? Where shall we meet?
这所房子不是很大。
This house is not very large. This house is not very large.
别管它。
Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
不要想得太多。
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it.
艺术家在法国很受尊敬。
Artists are highly respected in France. Artists are highly respected in France.
我们的奶油用完了。
We have run out of cream. We have run out of cream.
我可以在这里等吗？
May I wait here? May I wait here?
我简直不敢相信。
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
你看起来棒极了。
You look fantastic. You look fantastic.
有人在吗？
Is someone there? Is someone there?
我嗓子疼。
My throat hurts. My throat hurts.
算我一个。
Count me in. Count me in.
他长什么样？
What's he like? What's he like?
你的暑假过得怎么样？
How was your summer break? How was your summer break?
你能帮我拿点水来吗？
Can you get me some water? Can you get me some water?
上下颠倒了。
It's upside down. It's upside down.
直走。
Go straight. Go straight.
让我带你四处看看。
Let me show you around. Let me show you around.
你想喝点什么吗？
Would you like something to drink? Would you like something to drink?
别紧张。
Take it easy. Take it easy.
再好不过了。
Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better.
你是怎么知道这家餐厅的？
How did you know about this restaurant? How did you know about this restaurant?
我肯定你会喜欢的。
I'm sure you'll like it. I'm sure you'll like it.
草莓现在正当季。
Strawberries are in season now. Strawberries are in season now.
你在空闲时间做什么？
What do you do in your free time? What do you do in your free time?
你在排队吗？
Are you in line? Are you in line?
对不起，我迟到了。
Sorry, I'm late. Sorry, I'm late.
我不介意等一会儿。
I don't mind waiting for a while. I don't mind waiting for a while.
这个座位空着吗？
Is this seat available? Is this seat available?
我认为慢跑是很好的运动。
I think jogging is good exercise. I think jogging is good exercise.
对不起，让您久等了。
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
星期六的天气怎么样？
What's the weather for Saturday? What's the weather for Saturday?
听起来很刺激。
That sounds exciting. That sounds exciting.
我们能休息一下吗？
Can we take a break? Can we take a break?
你总是只是在听，但没听进去。
You're always hearing, but not listening. You're always hearing, but not listening.
请让他给我打电话。
Please ask him to call me. Please ask him to call me.
我在哪里可以买到票？
Where can I get tickets? Where can I get tickets?
我开始紧张了。
I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous.
我是篮球队队员。
I am on the basketball team. I'm on the basketball team.
商店几点开门？
What time does the store open? What time does the store open?
让我们开始吧。
Let's get started. Let's get started.
怎么样？
How was it? How was it?
那太可悲了。
That's so sad. That's so sad.
跟你聊天很愉快。
It was nice talking to you. It was nice talking to you.
我们最好快一点。
We'd better hurry. We'd better hurry.
请问图书馆在哪里？
Excuse me, but where is the library? Excuse me, but where is the library?
我可以把行李寄存在这里吗？
Can I leave my luggage here? Can I have my luggage here?
请问您是哪位？
May I ask who's calling, please? May I ask who's calling, please?
是什么问题？
What's the problem? What's the problem?
多么甜蜜！
How sweet. How sweet.
你看上去棒极了。
You look great. You look great.
在这里填上你的姓名和地址。
Fill in your name and address here. Fill in your name and address here.
我总是健忘。
I'm always forgetful. I'm always forgetful.
请问你叫什么名字？
May I ask your name, please? May I ask your name, please?
听起来不错。
That sounds great. That sounds great.
哪个是正确的？
Which is correct? Which is correct?
这位歌手为年轻人所熟知。
The singer was known to young people. The singer was known to young people.
我可以加入你们吗？
May I join you? May I join you?
久仰大名。
I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you.
你来不及上学了。
You won't be in time for school. You won't be in time for school.
这是你第一次来旧金山吗？
Is this your first time in San Francisco? Is this your first time in San Francisco?
我们去购物吧。
Let's go shopping. Let's go shopping.
我吃饱了。
I'm completely full. I'm completely full.
你们相互认识吗？
Do you know each other? Do you know each other?
轮到你了。
It's your turn. It's your turn.
这个女孩害怕狗。
The girl is afraid of dogs. The girl is afraid of dogs.
艾米丽也喜欢打网球。
Emily likes to play tennis too. Emily likes to play tennis too.
我觉得有点冷。
I'm feeling a bit chilly. I'm feeling a bit chilly.
请停在这里。
Please stop here. Please stop here.
太辣了。
It's so spicy. It's so spicy.
这双鞋对我来说够大了。
These shoes are big enough for me. These shoes are big enough for me.
那么你喜欢什么运动？
Well, what sports do you like? Well, what sports do you like?
由你决定。
It's up to you. It's up to you.
火车正点到达。
The train arrived on time. The train arrived on time.
如果有什么需要帮助的，尽管提出来。
Don't hesitate to ask for help. Don't hesitate to ask for help.
火车还没到。
The train hasn't arrived yet. The train hasn't arrived yet.
你的夹克穿反了。
Your jacket is on inside out. Your jacket is on inside out.
我希望自己能讲更多的英语。
I wish I could speak more English. I wish I could speak more English.
交给我吧。
Leave it to me. Leave it to me.
这种水果用英语怎么说？
What is this fruit called in English? What is this fruit called in English?
是的，你说的对。
Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right.
这是常有的事。
That happens all the time. That happens all the time.
我们昨天讨论了这个计划。
We discussed the plan yesterday. We discussed the plan yesterday.
我在度假。
I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation.
我们跳支舞好吗？
Shall we dance? Shall we dance?
这有用吗？
Does it help? Does it help?
我来自日本。
I'm from Japan. I'm from Japan.
我不介意等。
I don't mind waiting. I don't mind waiting.
我宁愿住在木屋里。
I'd rather live in a wooden house. I'd rather live in a wooden house.
比起茶，我更喜欢咖啡。
I prefer coffee to tea. I prefer coffee to tea.
玛丽几乎不会说法语。
Mary can hardly speak French. Mary can hardly speak French.
我在哪里可以叫到出租车？
Where can I catch a taxi? Where can I catch a taxi?
我被感动了。
I'm moved. I'm moved.
我可以问你一个问题吗？
May I ask you a question? May I ask you a question?
下一个轮到谁了？
Whose turn is it next? Whose turn is it next?
我在香港出生和长大。
I was born and brought up in Hong Kong. I was born and brought up in Hong Kong.
比如，
Like what? Like what?
别担心，
No worries. No worries.
听到这个消息，我很高兴。
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that.
我无法集中注意力。
I can't concentrate. I can't concentrate.
这是去学校的捷径。
It's a shortcut to the school. It's a shortcut to the school.
你更喜欢哪一个？
Which one do you like better? Which one do you like better?
你能帮忙吗？
He's nervous. He's nervous.
你帮了大忙。
You've been very helpful. You've been very helpful.
我无法决定选哪个。
I can't decide which to choose. I can't decide which to choose.
请你打开电视好吗？
Will you turn on the TV? Will you turn on the TV?
给我来那个。
I'll have that, please. I'll have that, please.
你的目标是哪所大学？
Which college are you aiming for? Which college are you aiming for?
小心脚下。
Watch your step. Watch your step.
水还没开。
The water is not boiling yet. The water is not boiling yet.
我被调职了。
I got transferred. I got transferred.
我会处理好的。
I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it.
我无法用语言表达。
I can't put it into words well. I can't put it into words well.
我真的很感激。
I'm truly grateful. I'm truly grateful.
我们晚点再谈。
Let's talk later. Let's talk later.
你愿意和我一起去吗？
Would you like to join me? Would you like to join me?
我很感动。
I'm touched. I'm touched.
这是我的最爱。
It's my favorite. It's my favorite.
丽莎去年秋天来看过我。
Lisa came to see me last autumn. Lisa came to see me last autumn.
我喜欢橘子。
I love oranges. I love oranges.
现在是马德里时间7点。
It is 7 in Madrid now. It is 7 in Madrid now.
多么令人惊讶呀！
What a surprise. What a surprise.
你穿那件衣服很好看。
You look nice in that dress. You look nice in that dress.
我可以把它放在这吗？
May I put it down here? May I put it down here?
请给我3张票。
3 tickets, please. 3 tickets, please.
你起床了吗？
Are you up? Are you up?
你今晚想出去吃饭吗？
Do you feel like eating out tonight? Do you feel like eating out tonight?
请自便。
Please help yourself. Please help yourself.
好主意。
Good thinking. Good thinking.
我昨晚喝得太多了。
I got too drunk last night. I got too drunk last night.
我想要一间双人房。
I'd like a double room. I'd like a double room.
叫我克里斯。
Call me Chris. Call me Chris.
一切还好吗？
How's everything? How's everything?
多浪漫啊！
How romantic. How romantic.
你今晚有什么计划？
What are your plans this evening? What are your plans for this evening?
分钟一班火车。
There are trains every 20 minutes. There are trains every 20 minutes.
让我们庆祝一下。
Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate.
我很乐意帮助他。
I'll be glad to help him. I'll be glad to help him.
相信我。
Trust me. Trust me.
不用着急。
There's no hurry. There's no hurry.
那是一个必到之处。
That's a must-see. That's a must-see.
这很方便。
That's very convenient. That's very convenient.
你看起来很开心。
You seem to be happy. You seem to be happy.
你在哪里找到钥匙的？
Where did you find the key? Where did you find the key?
我带你去。
I'll take you there. I'll take you there.
我在打瞌睡。
I was dozing off. I was dozing off.
我的手很脏。
I got my hands quite dirty. I got my hands quite dirty.
不要有偏见。
Don't be biased. Don't be biased.
先做重要的事。
First things first. First things first.
嗨，大家好。
Hi, guys. Hi, guys.
这个提案是上周提出的。
The proposal came up last week. The proposal came up last week.
两件衣服都不好看。
Neither dress looks very good. Neither dress looks very good.
太好了。
That was good. That was good.
我都被弄糊涂了。
I'm getting confused. I'm getting confused.
是我大意了。
I was careless. I was careless.
8点钟铃响。
The bell rings at 8. The bell rings at 8.
我们不把空气和水当回事。
We take air and water for granted. We take air and water for granted.
很大。
It's huge. It's huge.
你想喝点什么吗？
Do you care for a drink? Do you care for a drink?
你的眼镜掉在地上了。
Your glasses fell on the floor. Your glasses fell on the floor.
谨慎使用。
Use it sparingly. Use it sparingly.
他看起来很累。
She looks tired. She looks tired.
我看见远处有一座小屋。
I saw a cottage in the distance. I saw a cottage in the distance.
我们不要再谈这件事了。
Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore.
我应付得了。
I can manage. I can manage.
我懂了。
I see. I see.
我让你久等了吗？
Did I keep you waiting? Did I keep you waiting?
我很乐意。
I'd love to. I'd love to.
去睡觉。
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
让我想想。
Let me see. Let me see.
我累坏了。
I'm worn out. I'm worn out.
那孩子长得像他的父亲。
That child resembles his father. That child resembles his father.
你看起来有点累。
You look a little tired. You look a little tired.
发动机无法启动。
The engine would not start. The engine would not start.
你应该先问我。
You should have asked me first. You should have asked me first.
每天的费用是多少？
What are the rates per day? What are the rates per day?
他终究没有出现。
She didn't turn up after all. She didn't turn up after all.
晚安，妈妈。
Good night, Mom. Good night, Mom.
这就是生活。
That is life. That is life.
下一步是什么？
What's next? What's next?
没有人注意到他。
Nobody was paying attention to her. Nobody was paying attention to her.
他太大了。
It's so big. It's so big.
我没有恶意。
I didn't mean any harm. I didn't mean any harm.
价格如有变动，恕不另行通知。
Prices are subject to change without notice. Prices are subject to change without notice.
杰克，我回来了。
Jack, I'm home. Jack, I'm home.
你有什么建议？
Do you have any recommendations? Do you have any recommendations?
克里斯汀在等你。
Christine is expecting. Christine is expecting.
我听说过。
I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
猜一下。
Take a guess. Take a guess.
你不该吃生鱼。
You shouldn't have eaten the fish raw. You shouldn't have eaten the fish raw.
天气晴朗。
It's sunny. It's sunny.
我想没有别的选择了。
I guess there's no other choice. I guess there's no other choice.
别动，
Just stay put. Just stay put.
我喜出望外。
I'm overjoyed. I'm overjoyed.
祝你好运。
Good luck. Good luck.
你的衬衫全皱了。
Your shirt is all wrinkled up. Your shirt is all wrinkled up.
这些球拍哪个是你的？
Which of these rackets is yours? Which of these rackets is yours?
喜欢它。
I love it. I love it.
你做到了。
You made it. You made it.
风越刮越大。
The wind is picking up. The wind is picking up.
一切都感觉不错。
Everything feels right. Everything feels right.
无意冒犯。
No offense. No offense.
你知道我来自哪里？
You know where I'm coming from. You know where I'm coming from.
不可能。
It can't be. It can't be.
这些问题对肝脏有作用。
These pills act on the liver. These pills act on the liver.
你必须7点离开家。
You have to leave home at 7. You have to leave home at 7.
你不该那样做。
You ought not to have done that. You ought not to have done that.
不是直的。
It's not straight. It's not straight.
来自巴西的问候。
Greetings from Brazil. Greetings from Brazil.
它一点也不大。
It is anything but big. It is anything but big.
约翰正忙着。
John is busy. John is busy.
你这几天过得怎么样？
How are you faring these days? How are you faring these days?
祝你好运。
I wish you all the luck. I wish you all the luck.
我现在正忙着呢。
I'm in the middle of something. I'm in the middle of something.
我可以用你的笔吗？
Mind if I use your pen? Mind if I use your pen?
你是开玩笑还是认真的？
Are you in jest or in earnest? Are you in jest or in earnest?
他很体贴。
He's considerate. He's considerate.
那可不好。
That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice.
小心开车。
Drive safe. Drive safe.
这不是确凿的证据。
That's not hard evidence. That's not hard evidence.
他困了。
She's sleepy. She's sleepy.
大家相处得很好。
Everyone gets along. Everyone gets along.
你睡得怎么样？
How did you sleep? How did you sleep?
好好享受余下的假期吧。
Enjoy the rest of your holiday. Enjoy the rest of your holiday.
我要试一试。
I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
我母亲走到哪里，弗雷德就跟到哪里。
Fred followed my mother wherever she went. Fred followed my mother wherever she went.
你如何解释这些句子？
How do you interpret these sentences? How do you interpret these sentences?
不会再有下次了。
There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time.
你该来了。
It's about time you came. It's about time you came.
我很伤心。
I'm so sad. I'm so sad.
不太顺利。
It's not smooth. It's not smooth.
每个人都有自己的性格。
Everyone has a character of his own. Everyone has a character of his own.
我们赶紧吃点东西吧。
Let's grab a bite to eat. Let's grab a bite to eat.
我不要听任何借口。
I'm not listening to any excuses. I'm not listening to any excuses.
这笔存款有3%的利息。
This deposit bears 3% interest. This deposit bears 3% interest.
从远处看这些山更漂亮。
The mountains look nicer from a distance. The mountains look nicer from a distance.
它的使命是什么？
What's its mission? What's its mission?
我能帮忙吗？
Can I help? Can I help?
会很有趣的。
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
我们在哪里？
Where are we? Where are we?
我不擅长数字。
I'm not good with numbers. I'm not good with numbers.
你没事吧？
Are you okay? Are you okay?
他们取得了进展。
They've made headway. They've made headway.
我不记得了。
I can't remember. I can't remember.
我很吃惊。
I'm amazed. I'm amazed.
他拿着什么？
What's he carrying? What's he carrying?
你教数学的方法很荒谬。
Your method of teaching mathematics is absurd. Your method of teaching mathematics is absurd.
我看到月亮在屋顶上方。
I saw the moon above the roof. I saw the moon above the roof.
干得好，乔治。
Well done, George. Well done, George.
哦，是吗？
Oh, did you? Oh, did you?
真幸运。
How lucky. How lucky.
你来这里干什么？
What have you come here for? What have you come here for?
我讲清楚了吗？
Am I getting my point across? Am I getting my point across?
我完全赞成你的提议。
I'm all for your proposal. I'm all for your proposal.
需要多长时间？
How long does it take? How long does it take?
没有人在家。
No one is at home. No one is at home.
我们回家吧。
Let's go home. Let's go home.
让我们小心点。
Let's be careful. Let's be careful.
那个女孩脸色好苍白。
The girl looked so pale. The girl looked so pale.
我想预约一下。
I'd like to make an appointment. I'd like to make an appointment.
你实际上被邀请了。
You're virtually invited. You're virtually invited.
不是真的。
Not really. Not really.
整个计划都泡汤了。
The whole plan went up in smoke. The whole plan went up in smoke.
决赛是一场势均力敌的比赛。
The final was a close match. The final was a close match.
真是太神奇了。
That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing.
没有必要害怕。
There's no need to be afraid. There's no need to be afraid.
谢谢你的礼物。
Thank you for your present. Thank you for your present.
你知道吗？
You know what? You know what?
它在哪里？
Where is it located? Where is it located?
你为什么这么想？
Why do you think that way? Why do you think that way?
这似乎是合理的。
That seems reasonable. That seems reasonable.
我永远都会做你的依靠。
You can always count on me. You can always count on me.
我们不合适。
We're not compatible. We're not compatible.
我不了解情况。
I'm not in the picture. I'm not in the picture.
这笔钱用不了多久。
This sum of money won't go far. This sum of money won't go far.
你想出国吗？
Would you like to go abroad? Would you like to go abroad?
你能解释一下吗？
Can you explain that? Can you explain that?
我还在生气。
I'm still fuming. I'm still fuming.
太多了，无法一一列举。
They are too numerous to enumerate. They are too numerous to enumerate.
那些椅子碍事。
Those chairs are in the way. Those chairs are in the way.
不，我要坐公共汽车去。
No, I will go by bus. No, I will go by bus.
他终究还是没有来。
After all, she did not come. After all, she did not come.
不要告诉任何人。
Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone.
看起来很不错。
That looks very good. That looks very good.
事故起因于一个小小的差错。
The accident arose from a simple mistake. The accident arose from a simple mistake.
这颗钻石价值$5000。
The diamond was valued at $5,000. The diamond was valued at $5,000.
我要这个。
I'll take this. I'll take this.
不要在这里大声说话。
Don't talk in a loud voice here. Don't talk in a loud voice here.
我非常感激。
I'm much obliged. I'm much obliged.
为什么？
What for? What for?
你呢？
How about you? How about you?
我对此表示怀疑。
I doubt it. I doubt it.
这些动物也很友好。
These animals are very friendly too. These animals are very friendly too.
非常感谢。
Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
我懂了。
I hear you. I hear you.
做个好梦。
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams.
我还是更喜欢这个。
I still like this one better. I still like this one better.
我被眼前的景象吓坏了。
I was frightened by the sight. I was frightened by the sight.
到底是哪里出了错？
What went wrong? What went wrong?
振作起来。
Pull yourself together. Pull yourself together.
你是说总共8个吗？
Do you mean 8 in all? Do you mean 8 in all?
我明天有点忙。
I'm kind of busy tomorrow. I'm kind of busy tomorrow.
你说对了。
You said it. You said it.
小心驶得万年船。
Better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry.
稍有疏忽就会酿成大祸。
Slight inattention can cause a great disaster. Slight inattention can cause a great disaster.
去年我打算去罗马旅游。
I intended to visit Rome last year. I intended to visit Rome last year.
他建议我去那里。
She advised me to go there. She advised me to go there.
想来吗？
Want to come? Want to come?
现在不是笑的时候。
This is not a time for laughing. This is not time for laughing.
我无能为力。
There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do.
我以为你是别人。
I thought you were someone else. I thought you were someone else.
我给你看看。
I'll show you. I'll show you.
请把账单给我好吗？
May I have the check, please? May I have the check, please?
表扬能激励学生努力学习。
Praise stimulates students to work hard. Praise stimulates students to work hard.
这是一个恶性循环。
It's a vicious circle. It's a vicious circle.
这个外国人日语说得相当好。
The foreigner speaks Japanese fairly well. The foreigner speaks Japanese fairly well.
这是计划。
Here's the plan. Here's the plan.
是这样吗？
Is that so? Is that so?
账单共计$50。
The bill amounts to $50. The bill amounts to $50.
你能分辨出来吗？
Can you tell? Can you tell?
我很失望。
I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed.
让我总结一下。
Let me summarize. Let me summarize.
比如，
Like what? Like what?
汤姆很困惑。
Tom is confused. Tom is confused.
快点回来。
Come back quickly. Come back quickly.
这件事你知我知。
Let's keep this between you and me. Let's keep this between you and me.
这样回答你的问题可以吗？
Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question?
这个地方在手机范围内吗？
Is this place within cell phone range? Is this place within cell phone range?
你不会说英语，是吗？
You can't speak English, can you? You can't speak English, can you?
这种蘑菇很好吃。
This mushroom is good to eat. This mushroom is good to eat.
大家都安静下来。
Everyone settle down. Everyone settle down.
你能借我点钱吗？
Would you please lend me some money? Would you please lend me some money?
谢谢你的辛勤工作。
Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work.
不知道。
No idea. No idea.
太神奇了。
That was amazing. That was amazing.
任何规则都有例外。
There are exceptions to every rule. There are exceptions to every rule.
这是什么？
What is it? What is it?
一切都在掌控之中。
Everything is under control. Everything is under control.
这只表走得不准。
This watch keeps bad time. This watch keeps bad time.
不要冒险把所有东西都放在一条船上。
Don't risk putting everything in one boat. Don't risk putting everything in one boat.
他是个无名英雄。
He is an unsung hero. He is an unsung hero.
他是用英文写的。
It's in English. It's in English.
这个名字我听起来很耳熟。
The name rang a bell in me. The name rang a bell in me.
他们怎么样？
How were they? How were they?
他们忙得不可开交。
They are swamped. They are swamped.
那太荒谬了。
That is absurd. That is absurd.
你在家里快乐吗？
Are you happy in your house? Are you happy in your house?
太酷了。
That's so cool. That's so cool.
我们必须为晚年做准备。
We must provide for old age. We must provide for old age.
你拿着吧。
You take it. You take it.
谁知道呢？
Who knows? Who knows?
我就要它了。
I'll take it. I'll take it.
你去过墨西哥吗？
Have you ever been to Mexico? Have you ever been to Mexico?
不要为小事烦恼。
Don't sweat the small stuff. Don't sweat the small stuff.
保罗住在海边。
Paul lives near the sea. Paul lives near the sea.
我喜欢。
I'd like that. I'd like that.
这很简单。
That's easy. That's easy.
我只是随便看看。
I was just looking around. I was just looking around.
请问是谁打来的？
Who's calling, please? Who's calling, please?
这不关你的事。
It's none of your business. It's none of your business.
凡是你能说得出的。
You name it. You name it.
这个真的很酷。
It's really cool. It's really cool.
你买了什么？
You bought what? You bought what?
你可以继续。
You may continue. You may continue.
我们拭目以待。
We'll see. We'll see.
那是一个非常寒冷的冬天。
It was a very cold winter. It was a very cold winter.
不管怎样，谢谢你。
Well, thanks anyway. Well, thanks anyway.
真是件痛苦的事。
It's a pain in the neck. It's a pain in the neck.
好的，
Yes, let's. Yes, let's.
进来吧，外面很冷。
Come inside because it's cold outside. Come inside because it's cold outside.
别动，
Don't move. Don't move.
这是日本特有的习俗。
That is a custom proper to Japan. That is a custom proper to Japan.
我买了和你一样的衬衫。
I bought the same shirt as yours. I bought the same shirt as yours.
你不记得了吗？
Don't you remember? Don't you remember?
你在为我说的话生气吗？
Are you angry at what I said? Are you angry at what I said?
晚会是由史蒂夫组织的。
The party was organized by Steve. The party was organized by Steve.
他在那儿。
There he is. There he is.
汽车打了蜡，闪闪发亮。
The car is waxed and shining. The car is waxed and shining.
你还记得以前见过我吗？
Do you remember seeing me before? Do you remember seeing me before?
它有缺陷。
It's defective. It's defective.
我们最好快点。
We'd better get a move on. We'd better get a move on.
这栋房子正在建造中。
The house is now under construction. The house is now under construction.
我有一个大问题。
I have a big problem. I have a big problem.
我需要你。
I need you. I need you.
这是我的计划。
This is the plan I have. This is the plan I have.
好吧，我愿意。
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
为我保留那个时间段。
Keep that time slot open for me. Keep that time slot open for me.
我最近没见过你。
I haven't seen you around lately. I haven't seen you around lately.
我同意你的观点。
I share your opinion. I share your opinion.
你能为我兑现这张支票吗？
Can you cash this check for me? Can you cash this check for me?
这个湖因污染严重而臭名昭著。
The lake is notorious for its contamination. The lake is notorious for its contamination.
明天又是新的一天。
Tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow's another day.
不要过于自信。
Don't be overconfident. Don't be overconfident.
学校怎么样？
How is school? How is school?
房间里充满了玫瑰花的香味。
The perfume of roses filled the room. The perfume of roses filled the room.
我的小指撞到了桌角。
I hit my pinky on the corner of the table. I hit my pinky on the corner of the table.
他懂得生存之道。
She is street smart. She is street smart.
我想用保险箱。
I'd like to use a safe. I'd like to use a safe.
我会想你的。
I'll really miss you. I really miss you.
我愿意承担全部责任。
I will accept full responsibility for this. I will accept full responsibility for this.
他很骄傲。
He is prideful. He is prideful.
现在是6点钟。
It's 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock.
别取笑我。
Don't tease me. Don't tease me.
我希望天气很快就会转晴。
I hope it will clear up soon. I hope it will clear up soon.
坚持住。
Hang in there. Hang in there.
这对夫妇摆好姿势，准备拍照。
The couple posed for the photograph. The couple posed for the photograph.
不要喝太多。
Don't drink too much. Don't drink too much.
你没忘记什么东西吧？
Aren't you forgetting something? Aren't you forgetting something?
请稍等。
Please hold on the line a moment. Please hold the line a moment.
这条泥泞的小路向下延伸到一个山谷。
The muddy track descends to a valley. The muddy track descends to a valley.
小心那个人。
Watch out for that man. Watch out for that man.
很遗憾，你得走了。
I'm sorry that you have to leave. I'm sorry that you have to leave.
如果这个计划行不通，怎么办？
What if the scheme doesn't work out? What if the scheme doesn't work out?
那是最后一个。
That comes last. That comes last.
那应该是个玩笑吗？
Is that supposed to be a joke? Is that supposed to be a joke?
我会让丽莎去做的。
I'll have Lisa do it. I'll have Lisa do it.
我听说你生病了。
I hear you have been sick. I hear you have been sick.
做这件事之前要三思。
Think twice before you do it. Think twice before you do it.
都在吗？
All aboard? All aboard?
一切都很顺利。
Everything is okay. Everything is okay.
等着瞧。
You'll see. You'll see.
太棒了。
That was fantastic. That was fantastic.
我回家了。
I'm home. I'm home.
他会没事的。
He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
那是后来的。
That comes later. That comes later.
这段文字不允许做其他解释。
The passage admits of no other interpretation. The passage admits of no other interpretation.
差不多准备好了。
It's almost ready. It's almost ready.
这没有达到我的预期。
It's fallen short of my expectations. It's fallen short of my expectations.
好吃的东西。
Something delicious. Something delicious.
他突然改变了态度。
He flip-flopped. He flip-flopped.
这项法律在法国不适用。
This law does not apply in France. This law does not apply in France.
太疯狂了。
It was crazy. It was crazy.
他听起来很高兴。
He sounded happy. He sounded happy.
我过一天算一天。
I am living from day to day. I am living from day to day.
里面有什么？
What's in them? What's in them?
这种高湿度使我感到疲倦。
This high humidity makes me feel tired. This high humidity makes me feel tired.
你比我更清楚。
You know better than I do. You know better than I do.
一点也不。
Not at all. Not at all.
生日快乐，先生。
Happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday, sir.
你什么时候需要这个？
When do you need this by? When do you need this by?
首先，你必须戒烟。
First, you have to stop smoking. First, you have to stop smoking.
哦，得了吧。
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
大学里充满了节日气氛。
The university was alive with a festival. The university was alive with a festival.
我忘了你的电话号码。
I forget your telephone number. I forget your telephone number.
这不公平。
That's not fair. That's not fair.
我有一种不好的预感。
I have a bad feeling about it. I have a bad feeling about it.
我要去约会了。
I'm going on a date. I'm going on a date.
他去世了。
He passed away. He passed away.
我们马上就过去。
We'll be through in a minute. We'll be through in a minute.
我期待。
I'm expecting. I'm expecting.
你是不是要求太高了？
Aren't you asking too much? Aren't you asking too much?
这是个骗局。
It's a trick. It's a trick.
你到底要去哪儿？
Where the hell are you going? Where the hell are you going?
骗子永远不会飞黄腾达。
Cheaters never prosper. Cheaters never prosper.
看看这个，
Look at this. Look at this.
我受不了这种嗓音。
I can't put up with this noise. I can't put up with this noise.
我可以四处看看吗？
Can I have a look around? Can I have a look around?
这很有解释力。
It's very interpretive. It's very interpretive.
再往北一点，
A bit north. A bit north.
再见，
See you around. See you around?
往好的方面想。
Look on the bright side. Look on the bright side.
这个房间里有10个人。
There are 10 people in this room. There are 10 people in this room.
看起来很好。
It's looking good. It's looking good.
你愿意加入我吗？
Will you join me? Will you join me?
我没有忘记。
I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten.
很快就下起了冷雨。
Soon the cold rain came down. Soon the cold rain came down.
不要低估自己。
Don't underestimate yourself. Don't underestimate yourself.
我请客。
This is on me. This is on me.
那个小女孩只是一味地哭。
The little girl did nothing but cry. The little girl did nothing but cry.
你是做什么的？
What do you do? What do you do?
他的建议不可行。
His proposal is out of the question. His proposal is out of the question.
这只表比那只表好。
This watch is superior to that one. This watch is superior to that one.
空气是各种气体的混合物。
Air is a mixture of various gases. Air is a mixture of various gases.
把这些垃圾烧掉。
Burn this rubbish on the fire. Burn this rubbish on the fire.
我认错了。
I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
我打赌他不会成功。
I bet he doesn't make it. I bet he doesn't make it.
我被眼前的景象吓坏了。
I was much frightened at the sight. I was much frightened at the sight.
角度太窄了。
The angle would be too narrow. The angle would be too narrow.
他能胜任这项工作。
He is equal to the task. He is equal to the task.
天气真糟糕，不是吗？
Terrible weather, isn't it? Terrible weather, isn't it?
真恶心。
That's revolting. That's revolting.
我是认真的。
I mean it. I mean it.
我被困住了。
I got stranded. I got stranded.
警察下班了。
The policeman was off duty. The policeman was off duty.
没错，
That's right. That's right.
你还好吗？
Are you okay? Are you okay?
不完全是。
Not exactly. Not exactly.
让我们谈正事吧。
Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business.
给我回电话。
Call me back. Call me back.
说得好。
Well put. Well put.
姆和玛丽喜欢对方。
Tom and Mary like each other. Tom and Mary like each other.
他真的吗？
Did he really? Did he really?
现在抱怨没有意义了。
There's no sense in complaining now. There's no sense in complaining now.
是我的。
It's mine. It's mine.
请跟我来。
Please follow me. Please follow me.
有些地方下雨。
It rains in some places. It rains in some places.
你想家是吗？
You miss your home, don't you? You miss your home, don't you?
你订阅了什么杂志？
What magazines do you subscribe to? What magazines do you subscribe to?
真是个游戏规则改变者。
What a game changer. What a game changer.
你的意思没有表达清楚。
Your meaning didn't come across clearly. Your meaning didn't come across clearly.
我和那些人在一起感到不舒服。
I feel uncomfortable with those people. I feel uncomfortable with these people.
这座岛遭到了台风袭击。
The island was struck by the typhoon. The island was struck by the typhoon.
你不必紧张。
You don't have to be nervous. You don't have to be nervous.
这就是我来这里的原因。
This is the reason I came here. This is the reason I came here.
这是为什么呢？
Why is that? Why is that?
干得好。
Way to go. Way to go.
哦，你猜怎么着？
Oh, guess what? Oh, guess what?
有什么想法吗？
Any thoughts? Any thoughts?
别傻了。
Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous.
我们今天为何不吃午饭？
Why don't we do lunch today? Why don't we do lunch today?
它困扰着我。
It bugged me. It bugged me.
所有会员都可以阅读这些书籍。
These books are accessible to all members. These books are accessible to all members.
行李放在这里。
Bags go here. Bags go here.
我希望你准时。
I expect you to be punctual. I expect you to be punctual.
是。
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
你脸色苍白。
You look pale. You look pale.
等一下。
Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec.
我去换衣服。
I'll go get changed. I'll go get changed.
夏天，欧洲人享受长假。
In summer, European people enjoy long holidays. In summer, European people enjoy long holidays.
去吧，梅格。
Go for it, Meg. Go for it, Meg.
我把我的旧车卖掉了。
I parted with my old car. I parted with my old car.
哦，很可爱。
Oh, it's cute. Oh, it's cute.
你这就要走了？
You're leaving already? You're leaving already?
当然。
You bet. You bet.
乔治在一个大农场工作。
George works on a big farm. George works on a big farm.
坚持下去。
Keep at it. Keep at it.
入场免费吗？
Is admission free? Is admission free?
汤姆非常喜欢他的工作。
Tom liked his job very much. Tom liked his job very much.
我现在必须走了。
I must go now. I must go now.
这个辣吗？
Is this spicy? Is this spicy?
克里斯比他妈妈高。
Chris is taller than his mother. Chris is taller than his mother.
我马上就下来。
I'll be down in a minute. I'll be down in a minute.
请把账单给我好吗？
Could I have the check, please? Could I have the check, please?
这把刀很锋利。
This knife is very sharp. This knife is very sharp.
这是怎么回事？
What's going on? What's going on?
看起来不错。
It looks good. It looks good.
英国政府反对这项计划。
The British government is against the plan. The British government is against the plan.
这房子很破旧。
The house is quite run down. The house is quite run down.
我开始兴奋了。
I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited.
那是一厢情愿的想法。
That's wishful thinking. That's wishful thinking.
你好，我能帮你什么忙？
Hi, how can I help you? Hi, how can I help you?
小偷拿着钱逃走了。
The thief got away with the money. The thief got away with the money.
他生病了吗？
Is she sick? Is she sick?
这是我的荣幸。
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
你应该做好最坏的打算。
You should be ready for the worst. You should be ready for the worst.
你知道我在说什么吗？
Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying?
我宁愿待在家里。
I would rather stay at home. I would rather stay at home.
相信我的话。
Take my word for it. Take my word for it.
听起来都很棒。
Both sound great. Both sound great.
我洗耳恭听。
I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
他只谈他自己。
All he talks about is himself. All he talks about is himself.
我需要一个简明的解释。
I need a concise explanation. I need a concise explanation.
能给我一本杂志吗？
Can I have a magazine? Can I have a magazine?
你看起来很伤心。
You look sad. You look sad.
哦，真的吗？
Oh, really? Oh, really?
一周来，天气一直不错。
It has been fine for a week. It has been fine for a week.
这些是什么？
What are these? What are these?
太大了。
It's too big. It's too big.
你学过吗？
Have you studied? Have you studied?
我不知道该按哪个按钮。
I don't know which button to push. I don't know which button to push.
不要错过这个机会。
Don't let this chance slip by. Don't let this chance slip by.
你有空吗？
Do you have a minute? Do you have a minute?
你还好吗？
Are you okay? Are you okay?
不要和这种人交往。
Don't associate with such people. Don't associate with such people.
在这里游泳很危险。
It is dangerous to swim here. It is dangerous to swim here.
友善待人。
Be nice. Be nice.
最后，他完成了自己的计划。
Finally, he carried out his plan. Finally, he carried out his plan.
那样虚张声势是没用的。
That kind of bluff never works. That kind of bluff never works.
我们的服装供应过剩。
We have an oversupply of clothing. We have an oversupply of clothing.
晚会进行了3个小时。
The party went on for 3 hours. The party went on for 3 hours.
我害羞死了。
I'm so embarrassed I could die. I'm so embarrassed I could die.
我还有多少时间？
How much time do I have? How much time do I have?
不要问。
Don't ask. Don't ask.
同学们，下午好。
Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, students.
我永远无法与他竞争。
I could never compete with him. I could never compete with him.
这件事有点奇怪。
There was something weird about the incident. There was something weird about the incident.
恐怕不行。
I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not.
我热泪盈眶。
Tears welled up in my eyes. Tears welled up in my eyes.
你是怎么认识他的？
How did you get to know him? How did you get to know him?
非常令人印象深刻。
Very impressive. Very impressive.
我同意。
I agree. I agree.
听到这个消息太好了。
That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
进展顺利吗？
Did it go well? Did it go well?
这行得通吗？
Did it work? Did it work?
这只狮子很温顺。
This lion is very tame. This lion is very tame.
我做梦也没想到会在这儿见到你。
I little dreamed of seeing you here. I little dreamed of seeing you here.
别插嘴。
No cutting in. No cutting in.
多么美丽呀！
How beautiful. How beautiful.
这本杂志每月发行一次。
This magazine is issued every month. This magazine is issued every month.
不要上当。
Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
不少人有这样的想法。
Not a few people had that thought. Not a few people had that thought.
我们完蛋了。
We're done for. We're done for.
史密斯先生现在好了。
Mr. Smith is all right now. Mr. Smith is all right now.
这本杂志对我毫无用处。
The magazine does nothing for me. The magazine does nothing for me.
在欧洲期间，他游览了罗马。
While in Europe, she visited Rome. While in Europe, she visited Rome.
你最懂我心。
You read my mind. You read my mind.
你不知道。
You don't know? You don't know?
这个问题对我们影响很大。
The problem bears heavily on us. The problem bears heavily on us.
许多公司在电视上宣传他们的产品。
Many companies advertise their products on TV. Many companies advertise their products on TV.
凯西为自己的美貌而骄傲。
Kathy prided herself on her beauty. Kathy prided herself on her beauty.
没有比现在更合适的时候了。
There's no time like the present. There's no time like the present.
尽你最大的努力完成这项工作。
Do your best to complete the work. Do your best to complete the work.
我们准备好了吗？
Are we set? Are we set?
你准备好休息了吗？
Are you ready for a break? Are you ready for a break?
让我告诉你怎么做。
Let me show you how. Let me show you how.
我需要找到蒂姆。
I need to get a hold of Tim. I need to get a hold of Tim.
总的来说，我喜欢中国菜。
I like Chinese food in general. I like Chinese food in general.
快点，
Hurry up. Hurry up.
一定要注意保暖。
Make sure you keep warm. Make sure you keep warm.
他可能出事了。
Something may have happened to him. Something may have happened to him.
这只钟好像出故障了。
This clock seems to be malfunctioning. This clock seems to be malfunctioning.
有人吗？
Is anybody there? Is anybody there?
我们都准备好了。
We're all set. We're all set.
那真是晴天霹雳。
That was a bolt from the blue. That was a bolt from the blue.
请穿上你的拖鞋。
Please put on your slippers. Please put on your slippers.
那你呢？
What about you? What about you?
这还不够好。
It's not good enough yet. It's not good enough yet.
别把责任推到我身上。
Don't shift the blame on me. Don't shift the blame on me.
我们与美国做生意。
We do business with the United States. We do business with the United States.
这里有一支笔供你使用。
Here's a pen for you to use. Here's a pen for you to use.
你读过吗？
Did you read it all? Did you read it all?
你还嫩着呢。
You are still green. You're still green.
听起来都不是很好。
Neither sounds very good. Neither sounds very good.
你应该按他的提议去做。
You should carry out his offer. You should carry out his offer.
爆炸把设施夷为平地。
The explosion reduced the facilities to ruins. The explosion reduced the facilities to ruins.
他非常想念他们。
And she misses them very much. And she misses them very much.
很快，他学会了如何说英语。
Soon, he learned how to speak English. Soon he learned how to speak English.
这简直好极了。
It's simply divine. It's simply divine.
有时间我们一起吃午饭吧。
Let's do lunch sometime. Let's do lunch sometime.
别忘了寄信。
Don't forget to post the letter. Don't forget to post the letter.
这件衬衫是标准尺寸。
This shirt is the standard size. This shirt is the standard size.
杰克，你怎么了？
Jack, what's wrong? Jack, what's wrong?
是不是很棒？
Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that fantastic?
我保证。
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
没关系。
It's okay. It's okay.
原来你在这儿。
There you are. There you are.
这套衣服一点也不便宜。
This suit is anything but cheap. This suit is anything but cheap.
别拿我出气。
Don't take it out on me. Don't take it out on me.
谢谢你这么说。
Thanks for saying that. Thanks for saying that.
这么热，我睡不着。
I can't sleep in this heat. I can't sleep in this heat.
他从哪条路？
Which way did he go? Which way did he go?
我也许应该说不。
I probably should say no. I probably should say no.
你在澳大利亚什么地方长大的？
Where in Australia did you grow up? Where in Australia did you grow up?
那是什么？
What is that? What is that?
你说的对，
You're right on the button. You're right on the button.
对不起，
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
现在做什么都太晚了。
It's too late to do anything. It's too late to do anything.
我喝醉了，
I got drunk. I got drunk.
请问你是谁？
Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
请让我先说。
Please let me speak first. Please let me speak first.
让我们开始工作吧。
Let's get started on our job. Let's get started on our job.
我会假装没听见。
I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
这棵玫瑰开白色的花。
This rose has a white bloom. This rose has a white bloom.
我想是的。
I guess so. I guess so.
我们确实看到了那场事故。
We actually saw the accident. We actually saw the accident.
这里面是什么？
What's in it? What's in it?
这项工作是仓促完成的。
The work was done with great haste. The work was done with great haste.
请稍等，
Please hold on. Please hold on.
请你把这个打出来好吗？
Will you type this, please? Will you type this, please?
首先，我要读一下这个。
First of all, I will read this. First of all, I will read this.
那不是你的帽子吧？
That's not your hat, is it? That's not your hat, is it?
别傻了，
Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
可以给我们4个小盘子吗？
Can we have 4 small plates? Can we have 4 small plates?
你猜怎么着？
Guess what? Guess what?
我宁愿不。
I'd rather not. I'd rather not.
你为什么这么做？
Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
一切都还好吗？
Is everything okay? Is everything okay?
帕蒂是个聪明的学生。
Patty is a smart student. Patty is a smart student.
这是一个阳光明媚的日子。
It's a bright, sunny day. It's a bright, sunny day.
快跑！
Run for it. Run for it.
让我来。
I'll get this. I'll get this.
你应该仔细考虑一下。
You should think about it carefully. You should think about it carefully.
在那次测试中，没人得0分。
Nobody got 0 in that test. Nobody got 0 in that test.
我是不是在哪儿见过你？
Do I know you from somewhere? Do I know you from somewhere?
以防万一。
Just in case. Just in case.
我们差一点就出事故了。
We narrowly missed the accident. We narrowly missed the accident.
我被困住了。
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
我跟不上你。
I can't keep up with you. I can't keep up with you.
门开着。
It's open. It's open.
对不起，先生。
Excuse me, sir? Excuse me, sir?
我讨厌他的态度。
I'm disgusted with his attitude. I'm disgusted with this attitude.
这个保险箱是用来存放贵重物品的。
This safe is for keeping valuables. This safe is for keeping valuables.
我这儿疼得厉害。
I have an acute pain here. I have an acute pain here.
和他在一起很有趣。
He's fun to be around. He's fun to be around.
我去做。
I'm on it. I'm on it.
我不擅长游泳。
I'm terrible at swimming. I'm terrible at swimming.
你不准离开餐桌。
You're not excused from the table. You're not excused from the table.
我不同意。
I disagree. I disagree.
我的头撞在门上了。
I hit my head on the door. I hit my head on the door.
如果有错误，请更正。
Correct the errors if there are any. Correct the errors if there are any.
我会去的。
I'll be there. I'll be there.
汤姆是他们班的第1名。
Tom is first in his class. Tom is first in his class.
这栋楼有多少层？
How many floors does this building have? How many floors does this building have?
只是一点点。
Just a little. Just a little.
你累了吗？
Are you tired? Are you tired?
这些我都不想要。
I don't want any of this. I don't want any of this.
请不要有任何不愉快的情绪。
Please don't have any hard feelings. Please don't have any hard feelings.
应该没问题。
It should be all right. It should be all right.
我查一下。
I'll check. I'll check.
热得我头晕。
The heat makes me dizzy. The heat makes me dizzy.
我就知道你会这么说。
I had a feeling you'd say that. I had a feeling you'd say that.
这件棉衬衫很耐洗。
This cotton shirt washes well. This cotton shirt washes well.
我是不是要求太多了？
Am I asking too much? Am I asking too much?
我看见一些猴子在爬树。
I saw some monkeys climbing the tree. I saw some monkeys climbing the tree.
这倒提醒了我。
That reminds me. That reminds me.
我很害怕。
I'm scared. I'm scared.
你什么时候有空？
When would you be available? When would you be available?
你说的话使我吃惊。
What you said surprised me. What you said surprised me.
这需要一些时间去适应。
It takes some getting used to. It takes some getting used to.
今天到此为止。
Let's call it a day. Let's call it a day.
这真的很有帮助。
That really helped. That really helped.
你会没事的。
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
露珠落在了草坪上。
The dew has fallen on the lawn. The dew has fallen on the lawn.
我看可以。
Okay by me. Okay by me.
我还有一个问题。
I have another question. I have another question.
对外国产品征收不公平的关税。
Unfair tariffs are imposed on foreign products. Unfair tariffs are imposed on foreign products.
我反对。
I'm against it. I'm against it.
这件事还没定下来。
It's still up in the air. It's still up in the air.
节日快乐。
Happy holidays. Happy holidays.
学校怎么样？
How's school? How's school?
看呐，
Look, everyone. Look, everyone.
闭上你的嘴。
Zip your lips. Zip your lips.
怎么了？
What's up? What's up?
随你便吧。
Have it your way. Have it your way.
艾米丽惊呆了。
Emily is stunned. Emily is stunned.
你想要这个吗？
You want this? You want this?
这说不通啊！
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
我经常会鼻后滴流。
I often have postnasal drip. I often have postnasal drip.
不要不敲门就闯进房间。
Don't burst into the room without knocking. Don't burst into the room without knocking.
我以为我死定了。
I thought I was a goner. I thought I was a goner.
有一件事是肯定的，
One thing's for sure. One thing's for sure.
这家公司损失惨重。
The company suffered big losses. The company suffered big losses.
你听错了，
You heard me wrong. You heard me wrong.
乐师将鼓敲得咚咚响。
The musician beat his drums loudly. The musician beat his drums loudly.
我去过那家便利店，
I've been to the convenience store. I've been to the convenience store.
你不该这么做。
You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have.
可以吗？
Is that okay? Is that okay?
你今天过得怎么样？
How was your day? How was your day?
两个人握了握手。
The two men shook hands. The two men shook hands.
只有站立的空间。
There'll be standing room only. There'll be standing room only.
这辆车以天然气为动力。
This car runs on natural gas. This car runs on natural gas.
你不必插手。
You don't have to butt in. You don't have to butt in.
这对双胞胎照看婴儿。
The twins looked after the baby. The twins looked after the baby.
让我进来。
Let me in. Let me in.
那听起来很贵。
That sounds expensive. That sounds expensive.
我很痛苦。
I'm in pain. I'm in pain.
严肃点。
Be serious. Be serious.
是什么让他这么做的？
What made her do so? What made her do so?
今天早上下了一个蛋。
The chicken laid an egg this morning. The chicken laid an egg this morning.
我不知道那是什么。
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
4月10日开学。
School begins on April the 10th. School begins on April the 10th.
你父母现在在家吗？
Are your parents in now? Are your parents in now?
你知道我在说什么吗？
Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm talking about?
我们花了多长时间？
How long has it taken us? How long has it taken us?
打扰一下，
Excuse me? Excuse me?
聚会什么时候举行？
What time is the party? What time is the party?
我要冒这个险。
I'll risk it. I'll risk it.
好玩吗？
Was it fun? Was it fun?
这是什么？
What's this? What's this?
我会小心的。
I'll be careful. I'll be careful.
传闻一定是真的。
The rumor must be true. The rumor must be true.
这太贵了。
That's expensive. That's expensive.
我别无选择。
I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice.
不管我讲什么，妈妈都相信我。
Whatever story I tell, Mother believes me. Whatever story I tell, Mother believes me.
拿回去。
Take it back. Take it back.
别把我弄糊涂了。
Don't confuse me. Don't confuse me.
我怎样才能改变你的想法？
How can I change your mind? How can I change your mind?
你还能要求什么呢？
What more could you ask for? What more could you ask for?
这是完全不可能的。
That's utterly impossible. That's utterly impossible.
让我们开始拍摄吧。
Let's start filming. Let's start filming.
他的评论太过分了。
His comment was out of line. His comment was out of line.
我忍不住。
I can't help it. I can't help it.
请你核对一下这些数字好吗？
Will you please check these figures? Will you please check these figures?
别客气。
Don't mention it. Don't mention it.
何时何地？
When and where? When and where?
我道歉。
I apologize. I apologize.
彼此彼此。
Same here. Same here.
你还有别的地方可以推荐吗？
Is there anywhere else you recommend? Is there anywhere else you recommend?
我宁愿和他离婚。
I would rather divorce him. I would rather divorce him.
我今天没有平时那么有动力。
I'm less motivated today than usual. I'm less motivated today than usual.
把钱存入银行。
Put the money in the bank. Put the money in the bank.
想加入我们吗？
Care to join us? Care to join us?
那笔钱来得不正当。
The money was not honestly come by. The money was not honestly come by.
我后悔没有采纳他的建议。
I regret not having taken his advice. I regret not having taken his advice.
是什么引起的？
What caused it? What caused it?
就在那里。
It's right there. It's right there.
真可惜。
That's a shame. That's a shame.
猫头鹰应该非常聪明。
Owls are supposed to be very wise. Owls are supposed to be very wise.
这是错误的。
This is wrong. This is wrong.
它们的牛都很肥。
Their cattle are all fat. Their cattle are all fat.
让我们面对现实吧。
Let's face it. Let's face it.
我把日期搞错了。
I got the dates mixed up. I got the dates mixed up.
我也没有。
I don't either. I don't either.
这是有缺陷的。
This is defective. This is defective.
这片森林里有许多鸟。
There are many birds in this forest. There are many birds in this forest.
我从来没有感觉这么好。
Never have I felt better. Never have I felt better.
这种奶酪味道很浓。
This cheese has a sharp taste. This cheese has a sharp taste.
你可以继续。
You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
一定是搞错了。
There must be some kind of mistake. There must be some kind of mistake.
听起来很酷。
It sounds cool. It sounds cool.
这家餐厅提供美味的饭菜。
This restaurant provides good meals. This restaurant provides good meals.
那纯粹是猜测。
That's pure conjecture. That's pure conjecture.
我觉得恢复了活力。
I feel rejuvenated. I feel rejuvenated.
吵闹的那个来了。
Here comes the noisy one. Here comes the noisy one.
你觉得我该怎么办？
What do you think I should do? What do you think I should do?
你们接受信用卡支付吗？
Do you take credit cards? Do you take credit cards?
你快到了。
You're getting there. You're getting there.
每个房间都配有大书桌。
Each room is equipped with large desks. Each room is equipped with large desks.
很快就会好起来的。
It will soon come out all right. It will soon come out all right.
别担心，
Don't worry. Don't worry.
马上叫医生来。
Call the doctor in immediately. Call the doctor in immediately.
他不在家。
He is away from home. He is away from home.
不要害怕后果。
Don't be afraid of the consequences. Don't be afraid of the consequences.
这是什么？
What is this? What is this?
实验证明是成功的。
The experiment proved to be successful. The experiment proved to be successful.
你有音乐天赋。
You're musically inclined. You're musically inclined.
很高兴认识你。
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm pleased to meet you.
我对这里很陌生。
I'm quite a stranger around here. I'm quite a stranger around here.
你觉得雷盖音乐怎么样？
What do you think of reggae? What do you think of reggae?
他是谁？
Who is he? Who is he?
睡个好觉。
Sleep well. Sleep well.
你不应该撒谎。
You shouldn't lie. You shouldn't lie.
听起来很难。
That sounds hard. That sounds hard.
情况正在好转。
Things are looking up. Things are looking up.
吃点东西。
Have a bite. Have a bite.
我们今天就到此为止吧。
Why don't we call it a day? Why don't we call it a day?
你可以选择你喜欢的任何酒。
You may choose any wine you like. You may choose any wine you like.
等我的消息吧。
Wait until you hear from me. Wait until you hear from me.
这顿饭够2个人吃。
This meal is adequate for 2. This meal is adequate for 2.
你随时可以找我帮忙。
You can count on me anytime. You can count on me anytime.
我们在树林里迷路了。
We went astray in the woods. We went astray in the woods.
现在电脑是绝对必需品。
A computer is an absolute necessity now. A computer is an absolute necessity now.
快11点了。
It's almost 11. It's almost 11.
这张 CD 是他的。
This CD belongs to her. This CD belongs to her.
我们在途中穿过了几条河流。
We crossed several rivers on the way. We crossed several rivers on the way.
那又怎么样？
So what? So what?
在我的旁边。
Next to mine. Next to mine.
就这样。
That's it. That's it.
你需要帮助吗？
Do you need some help? Do you need some help?
明白的请举手。
Raise your hand if you understand it. Raise your hand if you understand it.
你这不是自相矛盾吗？
Aren't you contradicting yourself? Aren't you contradicting yourself?
那首歌一定会大受欢迎。
That song's bound to be a hit. That song's bound to be a hit.
一切都是巨大的。
Everything is huge. Everything is huge.
他应该中午前到这儿。
He's supposed to be here by noon. He's supposed to be here by noon.
你去了什么地方？
What place did you see? What place did you see?
那是因为我起晚了。
That is because I got up late. That is because I got up late.
你知道那个女孩住在哪里吗？
Do you know where the girl lives? Do you know where the girl lives?
你在哪里？
Where were you? Where were you?
你怎么知道？
How come you know? How come you know?
听起来不错。
That sounds good. That sounds good.
我很肯定。
I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure.
你说的倒轻巧。
That's easy for you to say. That's easy for you to say.
这是最好吃的苹果。
This is the most delicious apple. This is the most delicious apple.
不要挂断。
Don't hang up. Don't hang up.
它对细菌感染有效。
It is effective against bacterial infections. It is effective against bacterial infections.
我敢肯定。
I'm positive. I'm positive.
我该拿它怎么办？
What shall I do with it? What shall I do with it?
没有比这更糟糕的了。
Nothing can be worse than that. Nothing can be worse than that.
你是在胡思乱想。
You're imagining things. You're imagining things.
过来，
Come here. Come here.
正在取得进展。
It's coming along. It's coming along.
那是一朵非常美丽的花。
It was a most beautiful flower. It was a most beautiful flower.
要是雨停就好了。
If only the rain would stop. If only the rain would stop.
饶了我吧。
Give me a break. Give me a break.
原来是这么回事。
That explains it. That explains it.
这不是你要找的书吗？
Isn't this the book you're looking for? Isn't this the book you're looking for?
告诉我你的真实感受。
Tell me what you really feel. Tell me what you really feel.
我怎么会忘记呢？
How could I forget? How could I forget?
这个问题困难重重。
The problem was beset with difficulties. The problem was beset with difficulties.
真好吃。
It was delicious. It was delicious.
我很惊讶。
I was surprised. I was surprised.
有什么问题吗？
Is there anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that?
别撅嘴了。
Stop your pouting. Stop your pouting.
好痛。
It hurts. It hurts.
你真幸运。
You're so lucky. You're so lucky.
不要惊慌。
Don't panic. Don't panic.
我和你一样不知道。
Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine.
你为什么不吃一口呢？
Why don't you take a bite? Why don't you take a bite?
我不知道自己能否成功。
I don't know if I can make it. I don't know if I can make it.
我就要这些。
I'll take these. I'll take these.
这所学院隶属于这所大学。
The college is affiliated with the university. The college is affiliated with the university.
大多数人做不到。
Most people can't do that. Most people can't do that.
我真羡慕你。
I envy you. I envy you.
你受伤了吗？
Are you hurt? Are you hurt?
醒醒，海伦。
Wake up, Helen. Wake up, Helen.
我有些事情要办。
I have some errands to run. I have some errands to run.
我们滑下斜坡。
We skied down the slope. We skied down the slope.
凯西在家吗？
Is Kathy home? Is Kathy home?
明白了吗？
Is that clear? Is that clear?
从上周六开始就一直在下雪。
It's been snowing since last Saturday. It's been snowing since last Saturday.
我没听到你说什么，史蒂夫。
I didn't hear you, Steve. I didn't hear you, Steve.
有失才有得。
You cannot make omelets without breaking eggs. You cannot make omelets without breaking eggs.
我得考虑一下。
I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about it.
这完全没有道理。
That makes no sense at all. That makes no sense at all.
杰克正在和约翰摔跤。
Jack is wrestling with John. Jack is wrestling with John.
怎么会这样？
How come? How come?
你不能再坚持下去了吗？
Can't you go on any longer? Can't you go on any longer?
大家安静。
Be quiet, everyone. Be quiet, everyone.
专注于手头的工作。
Concentrate on the task at hand. Concentrate on the task at hand.
那很了不起吧？
Isn't that something? Isn't that something?
为这顿丰盛的晚餐留点胃口吧。
Save your appetite for the big dinner. Save your appetite for the big dinner.
我拉肚子。
I have diarrhea. I have diarrhea.
让我确定我明白了。
Let me be sure I understand. Let me be sure I understand you.
约翰明天会来看我们吗？
Will John come to see us tomorrow? Will John come to see us tomorrow?
不是开玩笑吧？
No kidding. No kidding.
让我们从头再来。
Let's start over from the beginning. Let's start over from the beginning.
我在努力。
I'm trying. I'm trying.
这里不卖这本书。
This book is not sold here. This book is not sold here.
这个机会得到了充分利用。
The chance was fully taken advantage of. The chance was fully taken advantage of.
这条河被工厂的废物污染了。
This river is polluted with factory waste. This river is polluted with factory waste.
别理他们。
Don't mind them. Don't mind them.
你能帮忙吗？
Could you help? Could you help?
这是有充分理由的。
There's a good reason for it. There's a good reason for it.
对不起，让你久等了。
Sorry to keep you waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting.
我现在能听一下吗？
Can I hear it now? Can I hear it now?
是的，有。
Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
这是一个不错的转变。
It's a nice change of pace. It's a nice change of pace.
很好。
That's good. That's good.
说谎是一个非常坏的习惯。
Telling lies is a very bad habit. Telling lies is a very bad habit.
毫无疑问。
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
我吓死了。
I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death.
雪越积越多。
The snow is piling up. The snow is piling up.
麦克试图爬上那棵高大的树。
Mike tried to climb the tall tree. Mike tried to climb the tall tree.
现在该走了。
It's time to go now. It's time to go now.
我们马上就好了。
We'll be done in no time. We'll be done in no time.
开会前，他们吃了晚饭。
Prior to the meeting, they had dinner. Prior to the meeting, they had dinner.
这很好吃。
This is delicious. This is delicious.
杰夫逗他的狗。
Jeff makes fun of his dog. Jeff makes fun of his dog.
听到这话，真叫人松了一口气。
What a relief it is to hear that. What a relief it is to hear that.
很高兴，终于找到你了。
I'm glad I've finally caught you. I'm glad I finally caught you.
发生了不好的事情。
Something bad happened. Something bad happened.
我想去加油打气。
I want to go and cheer. I want to go and cheer.
厕所在那边。
The toilet is over there. The toilet is over there.
开什么玩笑？
Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
这对我来说是个新玩意。
That is a new story to me. That is a new story to me.
我听到有东西掉到地上。
I heard something fall to the ground. I heard something fall to the ground.
你错了。
You're mistaken. You're mistaken.
吸烟对你的健康有害。
Smoking is harmful to your health. Smoking is harmful to your health.
你应该去。
You should go. You should go.
在哪儿？
Where is it? Where is it?
这家商店出售昂贵的女士配饰。
The shop sells expensive accessories for women. The shop sells expensive accessories for women.
我希望你能多待一会儿。
I wish you could stay longer. I wish you could stay longer.
我不能说我不同意。
I can't say I disagree. I can't say I disagree.
我睡得不太香。
I don't sleep very soundly. I don't sleep very soundly.
我很不耐烦。
I'm pretty impatient. I'm pretty impatient.
这位老人常常夸大其词。
The old man tends to exaggerate. The old man tends to exaggerate.
她听起来很漂亮。
She sounds pretty. She sounds pretty.
我不是有意让你不高兴的。
I didn't mean to upset you. I didn't mean to upset you.
你负责什么工作？
What are you responsible for? What are you responsible for?
老妇人皱着眉头。
The old woman knitted her brows. The old woman knitted her brows.
别误会，
Don't get the wrong idea. Don't get the wrong idea.
这药立即见效。
The medicine gave instant relief. The medicine gave instant relief.
请拔掉插头。
Please pull out the plug. Please pull out the plug.
你能把糖递给我吗？
Can you pass me the sugar? Can you pass me the sugar?
能给我一把螺丝刀吗？
Could I have a screwdriver? Could I have a screwdriver?
勤加练习。
Practice hard. Practice hard.
这没什么问题。
There is nothing wrong with it. There is nothing wrong with it.
有几站？
How many stops is it? How many stops is it?
他很难对付。
He is hard to deal with. He is hard to deal with.
对不起，我没听清楚。
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
不要因为过度饮酒而危害你的健康。
Don't risk your health by overdrinking. Don't risk your health by overdrinking.
摩根，坚持住。
Morgan, hold on. Morgan, hold on.
他看起来不错。
He looks nice. He looks nice.
我去找人。
I'll get someone. I'll get someone.
圣诞节是12月25日。
Christmas Day is December 25th. Christmas Day is December 25th.
没有一艘帆船比这艘快。
No sailboat is faster than this one. No sailboat is faster than this one.
他们是双胞胎。
They're twins. They're twins.
你怎么上下班？
How do you commute to work? How do you commute to work?
这很好看。
This is very nice to look at. This is very nice to look at.
这只鸡最近没下蛋。
The chicken hasn't laid eggs lately. The chicken hasn't laid eggs lately.
你说的有道理。
You have a point. You have a point.
我有事要做。
I have stuff to do. I have stuff to do.
随时通知我。
Keep me informed. Keep me informed.
很冷是吧？
Cold, isn't it? Cold, isn't it?
我们收工吧。
Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up.
有一点总比没有好。
Half a loaf is better than none. Half a loaf is better than none.
你看起来很担心。
You look worried. You look worried.
我可以留在这里吗？
Is it okay if I stay here? Is it okay if I stay here?
这个比那个好。
This would be better than that. This would be better than that.
有话直说。
Get to the point. Get to the point.
只有你回答了这个问题。
Only you answered the question. Only you answered the question.
你必须休息。
You must rest. You must rest.
别让我耽误了你。
Don't let me keep you. Don't let me keep you.
你的手机坏了。
Your cell phone is out of order. Your cell phone is out of order.
爱丽丝呢？
What about Alice? What about Alice?
我能进去吗？
Can I go inside? Can I go inside?
留一点给我。
Save a little for me. Save a little for me?
我已经下定决心了。
I've made up my mind. I've made up my mind.
我们说到哪儿了？
Where were we? Where were we?
你一整天都去哪儿了？
Where have you been all day? Where have you been all day?
毫无疑问。
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
你什么时候下车？
What time do you get off? What time do you get off?
坐这趟火车。
Take this train. Take this train.
科学家们认为这一发现很重要。
Scientists regard the discovery as important. Scientists regard the discovery as important.
足球队由11名球员组成。
A soccer team consists of 11 players. A soccer team consists of 11 players.
为什么不？
Why not? Why not?
再见。
See you. See you.
你能行吗？
Can you manage? Can you manage?
他们是韩国的发明。
They're Korean inventions. They're Korean inventions.
不要经不住诱惑。
Don't give way to temptation. Don't give way to temptation.
这只表慢了10分钟。
This watch is 10 minutes slow. This watch is 10 minutes slow.
我们在这张地图上的什么位置？
Where are we on this map? Where are we on this map?
以前的事我很抱歉。
Sorry about before. Sorry about before.
乔纳森总是准时到达。
Jonathan never fails to arrive on time. Jonathan never fails to arrive on time.
你是认真的吗？
Are you serious? Are you serious?
祝大家节日快乐。
Happy holidays, everyone. Happy holidays, everyone.
我该回去了。
I should be getting back. I should be getting back.
主席拒绝了这项提议。
The chairman rejected the proposal. The chairman rejected the proposal.
让我准备一下。
Let me get ready. Let me get ready.
雨快点停。
I wish this rain would go away. I wish this rain would go away.
好吧，我试试看。
Well, I'll try. Well, I'll try.
不妨。
Might as well. Might as well.
我带你去。
I'll take you. I'll take you.
喂，是麦克吗？
Hello? Is this Mike? Hello, is this Mike?
说吧。
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it.
你真行。
Good for you. Good for you.
你太迟了。
You're too late. You're too late.
对不起，我不是故意的。
Sorry, it wasn't on purpose. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose.
你是说每人$10吗？
Do you mean $10 per person? Do you mean $10 per person?
不，没关系。
No, that's okay. No, that's okay.
我的荣幸。
My pleasure. My pleasure.
会发生意外。
Accidents will happen. Accidents will happen.
事情就是这样发生的。
It came about in this way. It came about in this way.
请给我接通老板的电话。
Put me through to the boss, please. Put me through to the boss, please.
等一下，
Hold on now. Hold on now.
你在这里做什么？
What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
汽车突然转弯。
The car made an abrupt turn. The car made an abrupt turn.
一个好的教练训练这支队伍。
A good coach trains this team. A good coach trains his team.
自从我们上次见面以来，是什么情况？
What's it been since we last met? What's it been since we last met?
不是你对，就是他对。
Either you are right or he is. Either you are right or he is.
好久不见了。
It's been a while. It's been a while.
等一下，
Hold on. Hold on.
适可而止。
Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
他只是说了实话。
She just spoke the truth. She just spoke the truth.
请允许我把史蒂夫介绍给你。
Allow me to introduce Steve to you. Allow me to introduce Steve to you.
同学们，安静。
Be quiet, class. Be quiet, class.
我不太会说法语。
I don't speak French very much. I don't speak French very much.
给你。
Here it is. Here it is.
你怎么看？
What's your take? What's your take?
我来做给你看。
Let me show you. Let me show you.
真是松了一口气。
That's a relief. That's a relief.
你偷看。
You're peeking. You're peeking.
没问题。
No problem. No problem.
我不需要别人告诉就知道。
I know that without being told. I know that without being told.
那好吧。
That's fine. That's fine.
我看起来老了。
I look old. I look old.
我保证。
I promise. I promise.
这对你来说太合适了。
That's very becoming on you. That's very becoming on you.
我的一个包丢了。
One of my bags is missing. One of my bags is missing.
按照地图走。
Follow the map. Follow the map.
这是不溶于水的。
This is insoluble in water. This is insoluble in water.
已经7:30了。
It's already 7:30. It's already 7:30?
这就是他要做的。
This is all he has to do. This is all he has to do.
我想请你帮个忙。
I have a favor to ask you. I have a favor to ask you.
我们把他算作最亲密的朋友。
We number him among our closest friends. We number him among our closest friends.
什么都还没有定下来。
Nothing has been decided yet. Nothing has been decided yet.
我现在没有钱。
I don't have any money right now. I don't have any money right now.
你听懂了吗？
Do you follow? Do you follow?
你是怎么知道这件事的？
How did you come to know this? How did you come to know this?
我觉得有点不自在。
I felt a little out of place. I felt a little out of place.
天气这么好，不要待在屋里。
It's too sunny to stay inside. It's too sunny to stay inside.
你先请。
After you. After you.
怎么了？
What's wrong? What's wrong?
我知道。
I know so. I know so.
很难说服约翰。
It is hard to convince John. It is hard to convince John.
是什么都没用。
It's no use trying anything. It's no use trying anything.
你应该解释得更详细些。
You should have explained more thoroughly. You should have explained more thoroughly.
不，谢谢。
No, thanks. No, thanks.
这够支付假期开销吗？
Will this cover the holiday expenses? Will this cover the holiday expenses?
罢工影响了国家的经济。
The strike affected the nation's economy. The strike affected the nation's economy.
你为什么打开盒子？
Why did you open the box? Why did you open the box?
我们必须克服这个困难。
We must get over this difficulty. We must get over this difficulty.
好吗？
Was it good? Was it good?
嗨，你好。
Hi there. Hi there.
房间配有2张床。
The room is furnished with 2 beds. The room is furnished with 2 beds.
别做傻事。
Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid.
这个想法已经成型了。
The idea was brought into shape. The idea was brought into shape.
急什么？
What's the rush? What's the rush?
我们走得比平时快。
We walked more quickly than usual. We walked more quickly than usual.
这对我们打击很大。
It was a great blow to us. It was a great blow to us.
那不可能。
That can't be. That can't be.
已经有人服务员接待您了吗？
Have you been waited on? Have you been waited on?
把这句话翻译成英文。
Put this sentence into English. Put this sentence into English.
坚持下去。
Stick with it. Stick with it.
你健康吗？
Are you healthy? Are you healthy?
我们看到了那座山。
We came in sight of the hill. We came in sight of the hill.
我希望自己更善于辞令。
I wish I were more well-spoken. I wish I were more well-spoken.
你能帮我把礼物包装起来吗？
Can you gift wrap it for me? Can you gift wrap it for me?
各位先请。
After you, guys. After you, guys.
今天晚上非常冷。
It's awfully cold this evening. It's awfully cold this evening.
别犹豫。
Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate.
那是什么？
What was that? What was that?
没有人知道他怎么样了。
Nobody knows what has become of him. Nobody knows what has become of him.
双方都有责任。
Both are to blame. Both are to blame.
你感兴趣吗？
Are you interested? Are you interested?
进行的不顺利。
Things haven't gone my way today. Things haven't gone my way today.
别问我。
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
秘密是什么？
What's the secret? What's the secret?
我来了。
I'm coming. I'm coming.
我就指望你了。
I'll be counting on you. I'll be counting on you.
我可以和亚历克斯一起去吗？
May I go with Alex? May I go with Alex?
就是这样。
It's that way. It's that way.
这条手帕是用纸做的。
This handkerchief is made of paper. This handkerchief is made of paper.
你为什么不放慢速度呢？
Why don't you pace yourself? Why don't you pace yourself?
我很感激你的好意。
I am in debt to your kindness. I'm in debt to your kindness.
这本书错误百出。
This book is full of mistakes. This book is full of mistakes.
好的，我稍后再打来。
Okay, I will call back later. Okay, I will call back later.
我的病因是什么？
What is the cause of my condition? What is the cause of my condition?
他们说那座老房子闹鬼。
They say that old house is haunted. They say that old house is haunted.
向右移动一点。
Move a little to your right. Move a little to your right.
那家餐馆供应美味的中国菜。
They serve wonderful Chinese at that restaurant. They serve wonderful Chinese at that restaurant.
你必须付出代价。
You have to pay the price. You have to pay the price.
请别见怪。
No hard feelings. No hard feelings.
多么可怕啊！
How terrifying. How terrifying.
你喜欢住在这里吗？
How do you like living here? How do you like living here?
见到你真是太好了。
It's such a treat to see you. It's such a treat to see you.
他绝不会说谎。
He's above telling a lie. He's above telling a lie.
没关系，史蒂夫。
That's okay, Steve. That's okay, Steve.
这条规则有两种解释。
The rule reads in two ways. The rule reads in two ways.
所有的钱都弄丢了。
All the money is lost. All the money is lost.
木已成舟。
What's done cannot be undone. What's done cannot be undone.
我了解了希腊文化。
I learned about Greek culture. I learned about Greek culture.
你应该自己去看看。
You should go see for yourself. You should go see for yourself.
你带雨具了吗？
Do you have rain gear with you? Do you have rain gear with you?
标签贴在行李箱上。
The label is attached to the trunk. The label is attached to the trunk.
这项法律立即实施。
The law was enforced immediately. The law was enforced immediately.
它看起来不太好。
She doesn't look well. She doesn't look well.
让我帮你拿手提箱。
Let me relieve you of your suitcase. Let me relieve you of your suitcase.
不会持久的。
It won't last. It won't last.
我认为麦克是对的。
I think Mike is in the right. I think Mike is in the right.
我有时也这样做。
I sometimes do that too. I sometimes do that too.
我不知道该怎么办。
I'm stuck on what to do. I'm stuck on what to do.
太酷了。
That's cool. That's cool.
我玩得多开心呐！
What fun I had. What fun I had.
真讨厌。
What a nuisance. What a nuisance.
汤姆太酷了。
Tom is so cool. Tom is so cool.
你看起来有点沮丧。
You seem kind of down. You seem kind of down.
让我们保持联络。
Let's touch base with each other. Let's touch base with each other.
一些共同的线索贯穿所有文化。
Some common threads run through all cultures. Some common threads run throughout all cultures.
哇，太酷了，真的很酷。
Wow, that's cool. That's really cool. Wow, that's cool. That's really cool.
我马上就来找你。
I'll be with you in a minute. I'll be with you in a minute.
云在天空中飞过。
Clouds are flying across the sky. Clouds are flying across the sky.
很明显。
It's obvious. It's obvious.
如果愿意的话，你可以去。
You may go if you choose. You may go if you choose.
和他讨价还价。
Bargain with him. Bargain with him.
我吃饱了。
I'm full. I'm full.
那不关他的事。
That is no business of his. That is no business of his.
我想把这条裤子洗一下。
I'd like to have these pants cleaned. I'd like to have these pants cleaned.
太棒了。
That's amazing. That's amazing.
我知道你从哪里来。
I know where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from.
这是谁的？
Whose is it? Whose is it?
我国海产品丰富。
Our country is rich in marine products. Our country is rich in marine products.
我们要迟到了。
We're running late. We're running late.
我做这件事毫不费力。
I can do this, no sweat. I can do this, no sweat.
好像发生了一起交通事故。
There appears to have been an accident. There appears to have been an accident.
太棒了！
That was awesome. That was awesome.
这消息使他悲痛不已。
The news filled her with sorrow. The news filled her with sorrow.
冷静，
Calm down. Calm down.
这座桥的承重只有10吨。
This bridge bears only 10 tons. This bridge bears only 10 tons.
孩子们在这里玩没有危险。
Children can play without danger here. Children can play without danger here.
我要订那个。
I'll order that. I'll order that.
它叫什么？
What's it called? What's it called?
谣言马上消失了。
The rumor disappeared right away. The rumor disappeared right away.
你最好不知道。
You're better off not knowing. You're better off not knowing.
我应该多早到达那里？
How early should I get there? How early should I get there?
还有什么？
What else? What else?
我们开始吧。
Here we go. Here we go.
你明白我的意思吗？
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
有什么好笑的？
What's so funny? What's so funny?
那这是什么？
What's this then? What's this then?
学校停课了。
School was canceled. School was canceled.
别再想了。
Don't give it a second thought. Don't give it a second thought.
外国高管参观了制造厂。
The foreign executives visited the manufacturing plant. The foreign executives visited the manufacturing plant.
没有人理解我的感受。
Nobody understands how I feel. Nobody understands how I feel.
他给人留下了不好的印象。
He makes a bad impression. He made a bad impression.
现在是7月中旬。
Now it's mid-July. Now it's mid-July.
现在不是放松的时候。
This is no time to slack off. This is no time to slack off.
在你的右边。
To your right. To your right.
继续。
Go on. Go on.
这种事经常发生。
These things happen. These things happen.
你应该为自己的粗鲁道歉。
You should apologize for your rudeness. You should apologize for your rudeness.
把绳子系在树上。
Fasten the rope to the tree. Fasten the rope to the tree.
如果天气转晴，我们就出去。
We'll go out if the weather clears. We'll go out if the weather clears.
你应该更加小心。
You should be more careful. You should be more careful.
你能把垃圾倒了吗？
Could you empty the trash, please? Could you empty the trash, please?
没门。
No way. No way.
看谁在说话。
Look who's talking. Look who's talking.
给你。
Here you are. Here you are.
我想试试。
I'd like to give it a try. I'd like to give it a try.
我在哪里？
Where am I? Where am I?
你不明白吗？
Can't you understand? Can't you understand?
你觉得怎么样？
How do you feel about it? How do you feel about it?
不要难过。
Don't feel sad. Don't feel sad.
我试试看。
I'll try it. I'll try it.
我们对你们的服务很感兴趣。
We are interested in your service. We are interested in your service.
下一个是他。
He's up next. He's up next.
今年夏天我想工作。
I wanted to work this summer. I wanted to work this summer.
蒂姆结婚后就安定下来了。
Tim settled down after he got married. Tim settled down after he got married.
玛丽在吗？
Is Mary there? Is Mary there?
我一点印象都没有。
It doesn't ring a bell. It doesn't ring a bell.
这个消息引起全村的恐慌。
The news caused alarm throughout the village. The news caused alarm throughout the village.
是这样吗？
Is that right? Is that right?
让我们最后再试一次。
Let's give it one last try. Let's give it one last try.
他找到了一份打字员的工作。
She got a job as a typist. She got a job as a typist.
我今天很忙。
I'm busy today. I'm busy today.
我错了。
I was in the wrong. I was in the wrong.
你确定吗？
Are you sure? Are you sure?
别再打断我的话。
Quit interrupting me. Quit interrupting me.
你必须鼓起勇气。
You must build up your courage. You must build up your courage.
我们为什么不进去？
Why don't we go in? Why don't we go in?
你的行为超出了你的职责范围。
You are acting beyond your position. You are acting beyond your position.
我怎么吃呢？
How can I eat them? How can I eat them?
这是有效的犯罪补救措施。
This is an effective remedy for crime. This is an effective remedy for crime.
我头疼。
My head hurts. My head hurts.
没有人喜欢头痛。
Nobody likes headaches. Nobody likes headaches.
他很安静。
He's quiet. He's quiet.
注意你的举止。
Mind your manners. Mind your manners.
永远要坚强。
Always be strong. Always be strong.
我是不是在哪儿见过你？
Haven't I seen you before? Haven't I seen you before?
你想坐下吗？
Do you want to sit down? Do you want to sit down?
你在这里待一会儿好吗？
Will you stay here for a while? Will you stay here for a while?
没关系。
Never mind. Never mind.
你为什么不来看我？
Why don't you come visit me? Why don't you come visit me?
我很怀疑。
I'm very skeptical. I'm very skeptical.
久仰大名。
I've heard so much about you. I've heard so much about you.
看那把大锤子。
Look at that big hammer. Look at that big hammer.
你还没准备好吗？
Aren't you ready yet? Aren't you ready yet?
在那一点上，我坚决不能赞同。
I have to disagree with you on that. I have to disagree with you on that.
我也是。
So do I. So do I.
这个塞子塞不上这个瓶子。
This stopper does not fit the bottle. This stopper does not fit the bottle.
考虑到他的年龄，汤姆做得很好。
Tom did well considering his age. Tom did well considering his age.
就应该是这种态度。
That's the attitude. That's the attitude.
账单都是由计算机完成的。
The bills are all done by computers. The bills are all done by computers.
这个城市有许多宽阔的街道。
The city has many broad streets. The city has many broad streets.
这里有什么好玩的地方？
What are the points of interest here? What are the points of interest here?
这是慢车吗？
Is this a local train? Is this a local train?
琼斯夫人在教计算机科学。
Mrs. Jones is teaching computer science. Mrs. Jones is teaching computer science.
把球滚给我。
Roll the ball to me. Roll the ball to me.
我将在精神上和你在一起。
I'll be with you in spirit. I'll be with you in spirit.
下次一定。
Definitely next time. Definitely next time.
托马斯找到了一份服务员的工作。
Thomas got a job as a waiter. Thomas got a job as a waiter.
那家出版商专门出版儿童读物。
That publisher specializes in children's books. That publisher specializes in children's books.
我们有点跑题了。
We're getting off track here. We're getting off track here.
哦，算了吧。
Oh, forget it. Oh, forget it.
都是你的。
It's all yours. It's all yours.
我们到了。
Here we are. Here we are.
哦，我能听清楚你说话。
Oh, I can hear you clearly. Oh, I can hear you clearly.
我们可以走了吗？
Shall we go? Shall we go?
我的愿望终于实现了。
At length my wish was realized. At length my wish was realized.
这只表计时准确。
This watch keeps correct time. This watch keeps correct time.
请便。
Be my guest. Be my guest.
你如何发泄情绪？
How do you let off steam? How do you let off steam?
我们可以重新安排。
We can reschedule. We can reschedule.
我认为这是有道理的。
I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense.
发生了什么事？
What's happening? What's happening?
我马上回来。
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
然后呢？
And then? And then?
当然，
Of course. Of course.
我还是现在走吧。
I may as well go now. I may as well go now.
雨没有停止的迹象。
The rain shows no sign of stopping. The rain shows no sign of stopping.
比尔没有出现在聚会上。
Bill didn't turn up at the party. Bill didn't turn up at the party.
我在火旁取暖。
I warmed myself at the fire. I warmed myself at the fire.
他从不准时。
She is never on time. She is never on time.
你为我做了这么多。
You did so much for me. You did so much for me.
我去看看。
I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
这是谁干的？
Who did this? Who did this?
没问题。
It's no problem. It's no problem.
你穿错了。
You're wearing it wrong. You're wearing it wrong.
这件事应该公开审理。
The matter should be tried in public. The matter should be tried in public.
我真的不喜欢那里的商店。
I don't really like the stores there. I don't really like the stores there.
无论你读什么书，都要仔细阅读。
Whatever book you read, read it carefully. Whatever book you read, read it carefully.
这超出了我的能力。
That's more than I can handle. That's more than I can handle.
哪里可以搭公交车？
Where can I catch a bus? Where can I catch the bus?
那就好了。
That'd be great. That'd be great.
那样说话会引起怀疑。
Talk like that will raise suspicion. Talk like that will raise suspicion.
小心，
Watch out. Watch out.
现在流行什么？
What's popular these days? What's popular these days?
太棒了！
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
这有什么好处？
What is it good for? What is it good for?
那张票有效期多久？
How long is that ticket good for? How long is that ticket good for?
我很害怕。
I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
等一下，
Wait a second. Wait a second.
什么时候准备好？
When will it be ready? When will it be ready?
什么时候？
When is it? When is it?
附近有一个公交站。
There is a bus stop nearby. There is a bus stop nearby.
我很好。
I'm fine. I'm fine.
我们渴望世界和平。
We are anxious for world peace. We are anxious for world peace.
你永远学不会。
You'll never learn. You'll never learn.
杰克给他的朋友买了一件礼物。
Jack bought a present for his friend. Jack bought a present for his friend.
我什么时候可以过来？
What time can I come over? What time can I come over?
你必须派人去请医生。
You must send for the doctor. You must send for the doctor.
除了他，不要告诉任何人。
Don't tell anybody but him. Don't tell anybody but him.
攀登马特洪峰很困难。
Climbing the Matterhorn is difficult. Climbing the Matterhorn is difficult.
看起来挺好的。
Looks good. Looks good.
我能问你点事吗？
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
花点时间冷静下来。
Count to 10. Count to 10.
你现在可以离开房间了。
You can leave the room now. You can leave the room now.
我们来了。
We're coming. We're coming.
随时通知我。
Keep me posted. Keep me posted.
我们在这里付钱吗？
Do we pay here? Do we pay here?
他怎么样？
How is he? How is he?
这不公平。
It's not fair. It's not fair.
你为什么不问问他呢？
Why don't you try asking him? Why don't you try asking him?
我是来找你的。
I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
这就是我想告诉你的。
That's what I wanted to tell you. That's what I wanted to tell you.
没想到会在这里遇见你。
I never imagined meeting you here. I never imagined meeting you here.
这是我的错。
It's my fault. It's my fault.
我不怪你有这种感觉。
I don't blame you for feeling that way. I don't blame you for feeling that way.
你今天要带我去哪里？
Where are you taking me today? Where are you taking me today?
也许是，也许不是。
Maybe, Maybe not. Maybe, maybe not.
杰夫的照片与其他人的不同。
Jeff's pictures were different from other people's. Jeff's pictures were different from other people's.
你不要草率下结论。
You must not jump to conclusions. You must not jump to conclusions.
你介意我和你一起去吗？
Do you mind if I join you? Do you mind if I join you?
答案都正确。
The answers are all right. The answers are all right.
汤姆是可以信赖的。
Tom can be relied on. Tom can be relied on.
你喜欢澳大利亚吗？
How did you like Australia? How did you like Australia?
他能和他们断绝来往吗？
Can she have broken off with them? Can she have broken off with them?
好的，
Yes, please. Yes, please.
如果他说不，该怎么办？
What if she says no? What if she says no?
请代我向大家问好。
Please give my best to everyone. Please give my best to everyone.
他才刚刚开始。
She's just started. She's just started.
你担心过吗？
Were you worried? Were you worried?
我会尽快给你回信。
I will write you back soon. I'll write you back soon.
你必须遵守自己的诺言。
You must stick to your promise. You must stick to your promise.
你就快到那了。
You're almost there. You're almost there.
我们很快就能给你安排座位。
We can seat you soon. We can seat you soon.
我不想麻烦你。
I don't want to trouble you. I don't want to trouble you.
这个词有双重含义。
This word has a double meaning. This word has a double meaning.
给他打电话。
Call him. Call him.
我看到了远处的陆地。
I saw land in the distance. I saw land in the distance.
感觉真好。
It feels good. It feels good.
你会待在家里吗？
Will you stay at home? Will you stay at home?
当然不是。
Of course not. Of course not.
有什么好东西吗？
What's good? What's good?
他们也应该对别人公平。
They should also be fair to others. They should also be fair to others.
我不想离开。
I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave.
会好的，
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
火在熊熊燃烧，
The fire is burning furiously. The fire is burning furiously.
我要去洗手间，
I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'm gonna go to the restroom.
简短的问题，
Quick question. Quick question.
食物总是摆放的很有艺术感。
The food is always arranged so artistically. The food is always arranged so artistically.
不要把我算在内，
Count me out. Count me out.
坐着别动，
Just sit tight. Just sit tight.
听到这个消息，我哭了。
When I heard the news, I cried. When I heard the news, I cried.
史密斯先生教我们英语绘画，
Mr. Smith teaches us English conversation. Mr. Smith teaches us English conversation.
本受骗买下了那块土地，
Ben was tricked into buying the land. Ben was tricked into buying the land.
这条街道沿河延伸，
The street runs along the river. The street runs along the river.
跟着我们，
Just follow us. Just follow us.
太棒了！
It's great. It's great.
这难道不神奇吗？
Isn't this amazing? Isn't this amazing?
该省矿产资源丰富，
The province is rich in mineral resources. The province is rich in mineral resources.
他的音乐我一点都不喜欢。
I don't like any of his music. I don't like any of his music.
下次我会早点来。
I will come earlier next time. I will come earlier next time.
我把它们弄丢了。
I've lost them. I've lost them.
这里发生了什么事？
What's happening here? What's happening here?
这就对了。
Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
管好你自己的事。
Mind your own business. Mind your own business.
在争论中，我站在他的一边。
I took his side in the argument. I took his side in the argument.
就这些了。
That'll be all. That'll be all.
我有事要告诉你。
I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you.
我很清楚你需要什么。
I know exactly what you need. I know exactly what you need.
我不知道要花多长时间。
I don't know how long it will take. I don't know how long it will take.
请您再说一遍好吗？
Could you say that again, please? Could you say that again, please?
我要求见你的女儿。
I ask to see your daughter. I ask to see your daughter.
你介意吗？
Do you mind? Do you mind?
给你。
There you go. There you go.
你对悉尼的第一印象是什么？
What was your first impression of Sydney? What was your first impression of Sydney?
这个湖有4英里宽。
The lake is 4 miles across. The lake is 4 miles across.
穿这么薄的衣服，你会着凉的。
You'll catch a cold in such thin clothing. You'll catch cold in such thin clothing.
我好像没事。
I seem to be all right. I seem to be all right.
我们正谈论你呢。
We were just talking about you. We were just talking about you.
明白我的意思了吗？
See what I mean? See what I mean?
我们必须试一试。
We must try. We must try.
我已经把过去抛在脑后了。
I've put the past behind me. I've put the past behind me.
一定值得一看。
It must be worth a look. It must be worth a look.
你为什么哭？
For what reason did you cry? For what reason did you cry?
你想加入我们吗？
Would you like to join us? Would you like to join us?
恩里克感到不安。
Enrique felt uneasy. Enrique felt uneasy.
现在安全了。
It's safe now. It's safe now.
对不起，我做不到。
I'm sorry, I can't make it. I'm sorry, I can't make it.
飞机在夏威夷降落。
The airplane landed at Hawaii. The airplane landed at Hawaii.
这很令人怀疑。
It's very doubtful. It's very doubtful.
我记得。
I remember. I remember.
尽管去吧。
Go for it. Go for it.
谢谢你的邀请。
Thanks for asking. Thanks for asking.
气候影响了他的健康。
The climate affected his health. The climate affected his health.
雨后花儿活了过来。
The flowers revived after the rain. The flowers revived after the rain.
等等，
Wait up. Wait up.
这附近没有房子。
There are no houses around here. There are no houses around here.
我绝对不同意。
I definitely disagree. I definitely disagree.
我只是在做我的工作。
I was just doing my job. I was just doing my job.
飞行员详细地描述了现场情况。
The pilot described the scene in detail. The pilot described the scene in detail.
我得走了。
I have to get going. I have to get going.
太棒了！
That's awesome. That's awesome.
也许下次吧。
Maybe another time. Maybe another time.
你为什么这么晚才来？
Why are you so late? Why are you so late?
你能把它改成一半大小吗？
Can you make it half size? Can you make it half size?
让我们干一杯。
Let's have a toast. Let's have a toast.
我们不能进演播室。
We cannot go into the studio. We cannot go into the studio.
再见。
See you later. See you later.
太好了。
That's great. That's great.
当心。
Take care. Take care.
这很有道理。
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
这种金属不生锈。
This metal is free of rust. The metal is free of rust.
除此之外，我一无所知。
Beyond this, I know nothing. Beyond this, I know nothing.
不要让它淋雨。
Don't expose it to the rain. Don't expose it to the rain.
你家在哪里？
Where's your house? Where's your house?
这家旅馆可容纳500名客人。
The hotel can accommodate 500 guests. The hotel can accommodate 500 guests.
空气是由多种气体组成的混合物。
Air is a mixture of several gases. Air is a mixture of several gases.
往好的方面想。
Think positive. Think positive.
没关系。
That's okay. That's okay.
我会叫醒你的。
I will wake you up. I will wake you up.
我觉得很好。
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
我想分期付款。
I'd like to pay in installments. I'd like to pay in installments.
保持冷静。
Just stay calm. Just stay calm.
那个国家有自然资源。
That country has natural resources. That country has natural resources.
继续努力。
Keep it up. Keep it up.
你看起来和以前一样健康。
You look as healthy as ever. You look as healthy as ever.
资金紧张。
Money is tight. Money is tight.
玛丽把篮子放在桌子上。
Mary set the basket on the table. Mary set the basket on the table.
谁会买这种艺术品？
Who buys this type of art? Who buys this type of art?
你有没有再三考虑？
Are you having second thoughts? Are you having second thoughts?
很近。
It's close. It's close.
你自己去不方便吗？
Would it inconvenience you to go yourself? Would it inconvenience you to go yourself?
你到底为什么在这里？
Why on earth are you here? Why on earth are you here?
南希无法忍受独自生活。
Nancy can't bear living alone. Nancy can't bear living alone.
一片云掠过月亮。
A cloud passed across the moon. A cloud passed across the moon.
这一切是怎么发生的？
How did all this come about? How did all this come about?
没什么要紧的事。
Nothing much. Nothing much.
我要这个。
I'll have this. I'll have this.
让我详细说明一下。
Let me elaborate. Let me elaborate.
汤姆在教室里放屁。
Tom farted in the classroom. Tom farted in the classroom.
谁这么认为？
Who thinks so? Who thinks so?
你看起来很疲惫。
You look exhausted. You look exhausted.
我要走了。
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
他很紧张。
She's nervous. She's nervous.
你要喝杯咖啡吗？
Will you have a cup of coffee? Will you have a cup of coffee?
请务必完成这项工作。
Please see that the job is finished. Please see that the job is finished.
它没有绝对和普遍的意义。
It has no absolute and universal significance. It has no absolute and universal significance.
我们早点走好吗？
Let's go early, shall we? Let's go early, shall we?
你到底是什么意思？
What exactly do you mean? What exactly do you mean?
我对你不抱任何期望。
I don't expect anything from you. I don't expect anything from you.
就在这里。
It's right here. It's right here.
有什么不对劲吗？
Is there anything wrong? Is there anything wrong?
这是常有的事。
It happens. It happens.
这应该行得通。
This should work. This should work.
安静点。
Be quiet. Be quiet.
谢谢你的提醒。
Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up.
我还没决定。
I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided yet.
对不起，我只是忍不住抱怨。
Sorry, I just couldn't help complaining. Sorry, I just couldn't help complaining.
是谁？
Who is it? Who is it?
我不演戏了。
I quit acting. I quit acting.
预报明天有雨。
It's predicted to rain tomorrow. It's predicted to rain tomorrow.
你好吗？
How are you? How are you?
你喝酒吗？
Do you drink? Do you drink?
学校比车站远。
The school is farther than the station. The school is farther than the station.
杰克开车开得太快，太鲁莽了。
Jack drove too fast, which was reckless. Jack drove too fast, which was reckless.
气温突然下降。
There was a sudden fall in temperature. There was a sudden fall in temperature.
这太可怕了。
This is appalling. This is appalling.
我迷路了。
I lost my way. I lost my way.
如果我是你，我会的。
If I were you, I would. If I were you, I would.
这纯属偶然。
It was by chance. It was by chance.
允许一名学生缺席。
Allow a student to be absent. Allow a student to be absent.
你总是思考。
You're always thinking. You're always thinking.
我快迟到了。
I was almost late. I was almost late.
没关系。
That's okay. That's okay.
你赞成还是反对他的想法？
Are you for or against his idea? Are you for or against his idea?
我可以打开吗？
May I open it? May I open it?
你必须吃有营养的食物。
You have to eat nutritious foods. You have to eat nutritious foods.
你没事儿吧？
Are you all right? Are you all right?
我不能说。
I can't say. I can't say.
约翰一定练习得很刻苦。
John must have practiced very hard. John must have practiced very hard.
除了英语，他还会说德语。
In addition to English, he speaks German. In addition to English, he speaks German.
真可爱。
That's cute. That's cute.
我们可以玩它一整天。
We can make a day of it. We can make a day of it.
我会问的。
I'll ask. I'll ask.
一整天都会很暖和。
It will be warm all day. It will be warm all day.
不是把我逼得太紧，这很危险。
Don't push me very hard. It's dangerous. Don't push me very hard. It's dangerous.
让我们听天由命吧。
Let's leave it all up to chance. Let's leave it all up to chance.
我在哪里可以寄这封信？
Where can I mail this letter? Where can I mail this letter?
别这么见外。
Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger.
这个消息让我们感到不安。
The news makes us uneasy. The news makes me uneasy.
汤米，你能听到我说话吗？
Tommy, can you hear me? Tommy, can you hear me?
你把我弄糊涂了。
You lost me. You lost me.
抱歉，我没听明白。
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that.
烟雾是肺部健康的敌人。
Smog is the enemy of healthy lungs. Smog is the enemy of healthy lungs.
他抢先了我一步。
She got the jump on me. She got the jump on me.
那是另一回事了。
That's another story. That's another story.
总有下一次。
There's always next time. There's always next time.
你不应该那样做。
You shouldn't do it like that. You shouldn't do it like that.
我该怎么做？
How do I do it? How do I do it?
请给我看看便宜一点的。
Show me a cheaper one, please. Show me a cheaper one, please.
我一个都不喜欢。
I don't like any of them. I don't like any of them.
我并不想自私。
I don't intend to be selfish. I don't intend to be selfish.
这将是一份完美的礼物。
This will make a perfect gift. This will make a perfect gift.